Why don't seagulls fly over the bay? Because then they'd be bagels?
Warning. Some viewers may find the following stream inspiring. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, good morning. How are we doing? Happy Wednesday, happy hump day, happy middle of the week. Let's get to the weekend day. How are we doing? Hope everybody's doing okay. Threw my back out today, so that's always a good fun time. Thanks for fixing the calendar, Dukasoft. So yeah, I'm all dosed up on ibuprofen at the moment, which does have a habit of making me a little drowsy. So if I fall asleep at my keyboard, that might be a good time to end the stream. But hopefully we'll be good. I'm sure we'll be fine. Okay, so humongous, massive participation in the prediction today. Why does my Stream Deck button not work? Uh-oh. I have to do things manually. What? Unheard of. Okay, so let me just take a look manually at the prediction. My shirt today, is it a sloth shirt? It could be, because my sloth shirt is black. Also, my Kirby shirt is black too. My boo proofing. Yeah. So, all right. Looks like all the money went on red instead of black today. Everybody bet on something else. So let's see if everybody was right. If they're right, they get their money back. If they're wrong, it goes into the kitty. So let's have a look. And the winner is... OMG, it is Cartoon Network. There we go. So it is not Sloth, it is not Kirby. It is, in fact, something else. Why does my... Hang on. I might know why my Stream Deck is not working. Let's try the magic button again. There it is. All right, choose outcome. Something else. Complete. Not Sloth. Not Kirby. There we go. GG's to all the winners. I boo proofing. What? I don't know what that means. Maybe I need more coffee. I do have a coffee here ready to rumble. My Irish John Games cup. There we go. Yes, I do. My Jern mug. I am ready to go. I have my... went to the gas station this morning. I have my $1.99 salt and vinegar chips ready to go. I gave you all of about half a dozen in that humongous bag. Thank you, Dukesoft. Yeah, it's been months and months really since I've had any issues. It doesn't really go that often. But when it does, it's a doozy. So yeah, see. I'll see how it goes. I'm hoping that just sitting here with my nice chair and my lumbar cushion, and it should be fine. Yeah, I know Blint gets some aches and pains as well sometimes, so yeah. Ibuprofen is my bestie today. Okay, so checklist. Coffee, check. Gas station, Diet Coke, check. Snack, check. Hopefully you're going to try not to move too much, check. Candle is lit. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're in good shape. All the lights are on, which is nice. Well, I mean, if you consider being able to see me in the light, nice. Apparently I have a face for candlelight, but anyway. Anders, how you doing? Happy hump day to you. All right, so what do we have on the agenda today? we're going to run through quickly the assets because we had a few assets go free on the Discord. So if you're a Unity developer or you just want to see what's being offered for free, and you're not on my Discord server, and look, how funny. Bot game he just posted about the Discord server. It's like it's listening to me or something. So we're going to have a look through the free assets, and then I'm going to give you a Roland update. Some of you might remember from previous streams, we may or may not have had a rat problem. So an update on that. What are we going to do as far as the game today? So Zoombie Takedown has not progressed as fast as I expected it to. I do possibly, allegedly, I will be able to submit the game. It's probably not going to be in the finished state that I hoped. But as long as we can get it into a finished state that's playable, then I can always do updates later on. That can only be JD. I think there's a very small handful of people that use that redemption, and I think probably top of the leaderboard, if we had one for redemptions on that particular redeem, is JD. So welcome on in, JD. Hope you're doing well. Great stream. I'm not going to say yesterday. I'm not doing that anymore because I used to get it wrong. I'll be like, oh, great stream yesterday. And they'll be like, yeah, I didn't stream yesterday. Because my days get mixed up, you see, because I have so much going on that I get confused easily. Words are hard, maths hard, life's hard. So anyway, the last stream I was in with JD was a great stream. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there. I think probably the last stream I might have just even been lurking. I'm not sure if I came out of the shadows. I remember sitting there. You streamed yesterday, yeah. See, Tootmeister. I think I might have just lurked yesterday. I remember opening up your stream, and I remember looking at the disconnect redeem, and I saw it had a cooldown on it because somebody had already used it, and I thought, well, I'm just going to wait around for a bit. And then the cooldown finished, and then I may have had a squirrel moment, and I might have been taken off in a different direction. I'm not sure I ever actually used it. I feel like I used it in the stream before the last one, but welcome in, JD. Good to see you. Yeah, so today we're going to run through the half a dozen or less assets gone free on the Unity Asset Store. I'm going to tell you about the rat update, my rat story. As far as the game goes, today we need to add in some zombies, given that, you know, it's supposed to be a mashup of a car racing game and a zombie game, and we have no zombies, so it seems like a grave omission there, pun intended. So we're going to add some zombies. We're going to work on, hopefully, if we got the zombies added in, we're going to combine that with creating some new prefabs to go into the pool. The pool as in the platforms that get pulled out randomly and thrown into the scene. You did not use it yesterday. Okay, I thought that. Hello, Doc. How you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, so we're going to add some zombies. We're going to update the prefabs that we drag in from the pool. We need to add being able to kill the zombies are in the scene, including audio, which is probably going to be something like bleh. No, we just need to Foley it. And some screen effects. Just saying. Including some screen effects from the asset we imported called Camera Play. So might be some splats on the screen, might be some other stuff. We'll have to see what effects we can use on the camera.
Oh, you did manage to squash me. Well done there, Balint. Thank you for making me squishy. I told you my back's bad. Don't break my back.
Okay. On that note, I'm actually working on another redemption. The Sonic the Hedgehog redemption. I'm not sure about that. I threw a lot of time at it. I did a lot of play testing with it. I'm not sure I'm happy enough with it to make prime time. It's not very often I spend time on a redemption and it doesn't go live, so this would definitely be one of those rare occasions, but if I'm not happy with it, I'm not going to have it on the stream, so we'll see. Oh, Cartoon Network today! Thanks, Lodok. So yeah, the Sonic the Hedgehog redemption might not make it to prime time. The Duke Nukem might change somewhat because yeah.
Hey Dukesoft, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Well, it's a little bit quiet this morning. There's the trap, the live trap at the bottom with the door up, waiting for any rat that would like to go in and make its home there. But there's no rats in there today. Nothing went in overnight. Ooh, I feel like it's going to be a mod Duke out today, pun intended. The calendar switching. Okay. So this seems like a timely moment to get a rat update.
What's the time? What's the time?
There we go, perfect timing.
What's the time? What's the time? What's the time?
10 minutes to 10-ish. It's close to that. Very timely, exactly. So, the short story is, we caught a rat. Huzzah! Yay! Hype time. So, we have an alarm that we can turn on and off that we've mentioned, or I've mentioned before. As far as the bird feeder goes, there's an alarm that you can have a motion sensor that you can set that triggers when something goes up to the bird feeder. Obviously, you don't want to have it on during the day because, you know, if birds come to feed, you don't want it going off and scaring them. Winsing, what a perfect day for you to show up. Happy Wednesday to you. I hope you're having a good hump day today. Oh, come on in. Yeah, so overnight, we turn on the motion sensor. So if something goes up to the bird feeder that shouldn't, like a squirrel, a rat, maybe, it gets scared away. So we did enable it 2 nights ago. We set the rat trap. We loaded the bait. And we set the alarm on the bird feeder and got up in the morning and lo and indeed behold, we caught a rat. Caught a rat that I'm going to call Roland because as I was growing up, there was a show on that featured a character called Roland Rat. And if we ever catch the second one, because apparently we have 2, we're going to call that Reggie because it was Roland and Reggie on the show. So, Roland, an update on Roland. We did catch Roland. Smikes, how you doing? Oh, come on in. We did catch Roland Rat. We do, in fact, have a rat that I caught. This one. Yeah. So this is Roland. He looked a bit injured. This part here is a little bit red on the side of his snout, on his schnozzle. I don't know what's going on here. I don't think he did that in the cage. There's not really anywhere you can hurt yourself in the cage, unless you consider this bait plate, if you will. Something that he might have bashed himself on. But yeah, we caught a rat. So what did I do after we caught the rat? In the trap, in the live trap that we used for squirrels previously in the attic, I caught and released him. So, does anybody want to see the video of me releasing said rat? I mean, I'm guessing it's just, I don't know much about rodents. I don't know if we have any rodent experts in here, but this to me is just a standard rat? I don't know. I'm guessing there's probably many types of rat, and someone will come in and go, oh yeah, that's a black Weasley Ludenflugen rat that you've got right there. It's highly poisonous and you shouldn't be anywhere near it. I don't know, but yeah, he's a cutie, which is no longer at my house, so that's good. It's one thing he has going for him. So anyway, since everybody was so overwhelmingly encouraging about seeing the video of me releasing him in chat, I'm going to show you it. Maybe he's an amazing chef. I mean, it'd be Ratatouille all over again, IRL. Maybe I can loan him out to Disney if they do an IRL version or a live action version. Okay, so here's the video. Here's the video of me releasing, just to show that, you know, I did in fact stand by my word and I did release him into the wild. So here we go. Here is the freedom setting, if you will, of Roland. Okay, Roland, it's moving day. Here you go. This is going to be your new home. Hope you'll be very happy here. Don't come back to mine. Okay. There he is. All right, I think we're about ready. Right under your hat, redeem. There you go. Down here. And let's lift it up. There we go. Be free. He was a bit reluctant. Be free. Come on. Come on. No, wrong end. Try the other end of the cage. Go on. There you go. There it is. There he goes. There he goes. Be free. Bye. Bye. Bye, Roland. Enjoy. And he's gone. Into the wilderness. Hopefully he doesn't have a phone with GPS or a map, so he can in fact find his way back here. So yeah, that's the end, hopefully, of Roland. And we set the trap again last night, but as you can see, when the burb cam was just redeemed, there was no catching of Reggie last night. So Reggie is still at large. Reggie the rat is still on the run, but we did manage to catch and relocate Roland. So there we go. Alrighty, and he was eaten by an owl in the next scene. Well, I did wonder that, you know, Smites, that did cross my mind. I thought, you know, hey, here I am trying to do something for the greater good, trying not to get one of the snap traps and, you know, just kind of the nastiness that comes with those. I'll lure him in and I'll catch him, and then I'll take him to the big wide world a few miles away and release him. And then I thought, yeah, what happens if it's like an owl, or, you know, there's a lot of vultures that fly around for the roadkill, and you know, it's Texas, so there's snakes. But yeah, well, you know, I did my part. Whatever happens now is nature, so there we go. But, you know, maybe he's already spent time the last day or two setting up home there, and he's waiting for Reggie. And then maybe tonight we'll catch Reggie, and yeah, who knows? Maybe there'll be a rat-gated community before we know it, set up at the park. Probably a hawk owl will be at night. Yeah, but I mean, you know, he was there at night too, so it could go either way. Anyway, there we go. You've seen the rat. You've seen the rat release, and now we're going to take a look at the assets that went free. Some assets are optimized, but they don't cost you anything. So, you know, how much can you really comment on the spelling of something, even if it's massive and in your face when you open up the asset? If it's free, you know, you say thank you very much and move on. So there it is. All right, so what we're going to do, let me jump onto my Discord server real quick and jump into the channel. Is that the UK spelling? No, that's the somebody that can't spell spelling. Alright, so there's my Discord server, and on my Discord server there is a channel called Unity Gone Free. It doesn't make that sound when you go into it though. That'd be something, wouldn't it, if you could have sound effects added onto channels when you go into them. I feel like that might get a bit old pretty quick though. I didn't take it as offensive, Mike. It was a genuine question. You know, those dang lamies, they have different spellings for things. You know, jewelry, maneuver, colour, hemoglobin, you know, all the short words like to spell slightly different. Alright, so the reason I'm going into the server is not so that I can tell you which assets went free, because, you know, I have them already tabbed up. So we have this one here. It's so I can tell you how much money you're saving. If you bought these last week, this particular one in particular, the bathroom kit, would have cost you $5.99. $6 for this. But today, you can get it for free. So there we go. I'm not going to put the titles on each one. I'm just going to paste the URL because you can see in the URL what it actually relates to. Okay, so a whole bunch of low poly stuff. So if you have a game, you have a project where you need some home accoutrement, was that the right word? Anyway, some stuff around the house. There we go. I mean, personally, I haven't added this because I wasn't that impressed with it, even for free. I don't see me ever using this in a project, which is why the button says add to my assets, because I have not done so. All right, so that was the first one. We will close that out. Next, from the same developer, we have a low poly furniture kit, which I also did not add. I mean, I just don't really see myself using these at any point because I already have so many assets already that have low poly furniture in that it's probably a better quality than this. So rather than just clog up my asset list with similar assets that aren't quite as good, I decided not to add this particular one in particular. And that one is usually also $6, $5.99. So spam the chat with all the URLs. So that's that one if you want it. This one is a bit nicer, which is why it says I purchased it. Purchased as in downloaded it or added it to my list for free. Antique dining table with upholstered chair. Game ready PBR 3D model. So this one is nicer. This one looks like it's had a little bit more time spent on it. Slightly different quality level, so not as low poly style as the other one. Shark Geek, my favourite shark expert. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Great to see you. Good stream. Last stream I was in. See, that's what I'm going to do now. I'm not going to say good stream yesterday because then people go, oh, I didn't stream yesterday. So I get days mixed up. So I'm just going to say great stream. The last stream I was in. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, so antique dining table and chairs. This is a quite nice one. And the price of this originally was $11.99. So almost $12. Well, more than $12 after tax. But yours for free. Shoefly. Doing well, thanks. Just got back from a CT scan. Well, I hope everything's okay. I mean, I know they don't generally do those scans like a regular dental checkup or something. So hopefully you're doing okay and you get the results that you want. I know sometimes those scans can be exploratory. So hopefully if it is that and they are looking for something and it's something bad, then they don't find it and they go, hey, you're all good. All right, so save yourself $12 today by clicking the link in chat, adding this to your collection like I did. Next up, 2D Medieval Fantasy Weapons Collection. Now, this is usually $4.99, so you're saving $5 on this one. And 2D, you might say, I don't want 2D, I only work in 3D, I only create 3D games, why would I want 2D? Well, It's not just for 2D games. Because even with 3D games, you use 2D assets, sprites, things for your UI. So you might have a fighting scene where you have 2 3D fighters with axes and swords and weapons, and you might need to click on something in the UI to say, hey, I want to switch to this weapon. So you would need these. It's a 3D game, but you still need 2D assets. So this only went free today. It's usually $4.99, so I'm going to go ahead and add that. Guess I need it at some point. Got lots of bows, so you could actually create an animation if they haven't done so already with this, because look, different bows where the string is pulled back. Bring your game world to life with this stylized medieval and fantasy weapon pack. 11 unique melee weapons, 3 shields and a bow with an arrow and shooting animation. There we go, comes with the animation. So if we get to the point where one line says that he's not streaming anymore, which he said at the moment it's still in the balance. I said if he stops streaming, I'm going to create an archery game in his honor, because his archery game is the only one that I'm aware of on Twitch. I wanted to keep the archery flag flying. I'm sure it's probably fine. Been doing tests for around 2 years now, and nobody can tell me why my left side is always sore. How strange. Well, I hope this brings you some answers that you're looking for, Shout Geek, because trust me, I'm well aware of things going on for years and lots of tests and not getting answers. Not for me, but for Minigamey. So I hope you get some news and you get some answers from the scan. Archer Lee, the game. You see, we've talked about this on one line stream before. Maybe we call it Archer Lee. But then you see, do we have it as a redemption? Or do we have it as a command? Or do we have it as both? Then have one for certain peoples and another one for other certain peoples. Oh no, the calendar got broken again. Okay. Alright, so yeah, add this to your collection. Just do it. Because also sometimes you're like, I'm not sure if I'll ever use that, but some developers give you discounts on their other assets if you're a previous customer. So you might be a previous customer of this one, even though you haven't spent any money because you got it on the day it went free, and then they come out, Flex Unit releases a fantastic new asset, and you get it for some ridiculous discount because you're flagged as a previous customer. So yeah, there are ways and means. Here's the weather. Where? Anybody see the weather? I didn't see the weather. What is the weather? I can tell you it's pretty warm at the moment. Why is my weather broken? Maybe there just is no weather anymore. Okay, let's have a look. Why are we not getting any weather? I mean, it's running the thing. The action is running to show it. It has blown away. Maybe. They roll everything else out, then it's because of an umbilical hernia. So at least not something dangerous. I've never heard of that. I mean, is that something that, if it's not dangerous, can at least be treated? Can they give you some medicine for it? I'm guessing probably. I mean, is there any? I don't know if there's any surgery for that. All I remember of hernia is when, I think, in an episode of Friends, Joey had a hernia. He was pretending like it was nothing, but it was actually quite painful. So, yeah. Right, let's have a look. Why is this weather not doing anything? It was working. It did work fine. It's worked fine on previous streams. So why suddenly is it not working? So it's inside effects. So we're going to quickly switch to the effects scene. Find out what's going on. Fancy medical way of saying that my ear needs to come around. Yeah. I have no idea why that weather's not working. I did have a bit of a crash, an OBS crash, if you will. My monitors would not turn on this morning, which was interesting. Eventually, after about 5 minutes, they woke up and did come on. But I did notice that like OBS was closed out, and then when I restarted OBS, it said, "Do you want to run it normally?" Because it had a bit of a crash. So I might need to recreate the filters. But the weird thing is that when I go into the object, the source object, and run the filter manually, that was when you saw the weather actually coming on screen. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm gonna have to add it to my fix list. After stream. I wonder if it has an issue with updating. Possibly. Alright, well, I'll add it to my fix list for after stream. Fix weather. Okay, so the high today is supposed to be 93. It's currently 83 and sunny. So if anybody was curious what the actual weather was, where I be, that is what it is. I did say a possibility, supposedly 50% chance of storms today. So when we look through hourly, 0% chance at 11 in about 45 minutes, 5%, 5%, 10%, 15, 10. The highest chance we're going to get today is 25%, 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. tonight. So I don't know. We probably won't get anything. It's Texas. It's almost illegal for it to rain. So there it is. Well, that's a very slow, casual drop. Not quite slow enough to get the wall slide, which is good, but also a bit too fast and overshoots the pool. So, okay. So, 2D medieval fantasy weapon, usually $4.99. Close that out.
I'm not trying to say that. The whole bloody ship is.
It's the wild colour scheme that freaks me. I mean, when you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labelled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of intergalactic hyper...
How are you doing, Chris? I mean, if anybody thought the game was rigged, the drop game, today will probably be the day to think that, because we're all kind of landing in the same area, which is not in the pool. Stylized rock package, usually $9.99. I think we know how much I'm going to tell you it costs today, and especially since it says on screen already. It is for free. So I did in fact add it. I might be able to use this at some point in the future. 4 types of different rocks. I mean, 4 types of different rocks for $10. I mean, I'm probably not going to pay that, but you know what I will pay? Free! I'll pay nothing. Handcrafted boulders and rock formations for fantasy or stylized worlds. And given that getting back to Cowboy Hero at some point, I can probably make use of these in somewhere in that setting. Added to my list. Low poly magical forest. What? Look at this. Look, if you ever wanted to create your own Horton Here's a Who game or something. I was in 2 minds whether to add this, and I thought, I know what's going to happen. I won't add it. The price will go back up to $15.99. Even harder to believe. It'll go up to $15.99 again, and then I'll come up with some kind of cutesy game where I could have used them. So I thought, well, do you know what? I have that FOMO. I'm not going to miss out. So I added it. And there are quite a few models in here. Looks like they use emissive materials as well. A vibrant, low poly, magical forest asset pack. Perfect for fantasy and stylized environments. I'm assuming that I sound okay today, and the reason I asked that is because I'm I have a new accessory. I bought 2 of these only because they came in a 2-pack. Not 2-pack as in the wrapper. Yeah, so these are like foam sponge head type things, a hat if you will, to go on the microphone. So I'll put it on today. Today is the first stream I've used it, and hopefully sound is no different or even better. Now my microphone looks quite nice, as in before I just had like the wired mic end and I'd kind of got some stuff on it and I couldn't clean it off, and I'm like, it doesn't look great. So now it looks like a new mic. Yeah. There we go. Nobody said they can't hear me. Nobody said muted, so I'm going to assume we're all good. You know, I don't think there's much in a piece of foam that's going to block sound from getting through. And that's what it's actually made for. So. Alright, so if you didn't yet get the low poly magical forest, add it to your list. Hi Mike, welcome. There we go, my buttons are working again. Alright, so there's your link for the low poly magical forest. Get it in your collection today. And then we have the penultimate free asset for today. Startup Scene Definer in Editor. Okay, I haven't added this to my assets yet because it's a fairly recent post on my Discord server and haven't had time to look at it. So let's have a look at it. Startup Scene Definer. Okay. The very pretty, very similar screenshot. Set up in project settings. Okay. So it just says what game your project starts in. Simplifies setting the startup scene in Unity projects, enhancing efficiency in development. Okay. Now this is usually $4.99, but for today it is free. There's the link to that one. The Startup Scene Definer package is a tool designed to simplify the management of startup scenes within Unity projects. This package allows users to effortlessly define and set a specific scene as the startup scene in the Unity editor's play mode. By utilizing the Startup Scene Definer, developers can ensure that their project consistently begins in the desired scene every time they enter play mode. This functionality eliminates the need for manual scene selection. I don't see me ever using this ever in the whole of ever. I'm going to close that out. Last but not least, we have the wooden sword. And this is, you know, I've seen some nice wood in my time. This is actually very nice wood. I would say it is glorious wood. Look, it's a bit stylized. It's nice in the light. Supported under all 3. Definitely a winning sword. How you doing, Darren? Built-in HUD and ERP, so supported in all of the pipelines, and even comes with a YouTube video. Look, it rotating on the spot. Quite nice. I like that. Game ready weapon. I'm assuming that this particular developer has Bayloom has other weapons. We'll add that and then we'll check. Because it'd be nice if you have a game with multiple weapons in, if you can get them all from the same developer, because you get the same art style then, right? Am I right? I'm right. Am I right, Dukesoft? Does Dukesoft have the best emotes? Yes, Dukesoft does. Alright, so we'll sort by price. So also on a new release is the wooden axe, which might be why he made the sword free, to get people interested in looking at his other assets, which is a good ploy because here we are. So more fantasy stuff here, futuristic stuff. Peasant Tob. Okay. I'm guessing Tob is their name, maybe? Maybe we gave them a name. But I really like the art style. I mean, peasant Tob walking around wielding this axe or this sword, I think would be pretty good in game. 750, normally 15. I mean, look at the quality of this. There's no AI generation on these bad boys. Very nice. So, I get a lot of random texts, changing track slightly. I get a lot of random texts on my phone that I usually delete and report as junk because they're like, hey, what time are we meeting at the gym? Which is clearly somebody that doesn't know me at all and it's just a random text. I just received a text from somebody I used to work with at my last job that I left 7 years ago and hadn't spoken to them since. Not be able to see it with the light, are you? How are you, Lee? That is a blast from the past. I'm good, how's you? I mean, how do you respond to that? Someone you haven't, you did work with, but you haven't spoken to in 7 years, and then just send you a text saying, how are you, at the blue? I mean, do you think they can offer me a job? Hey, Sean. How's life? All right, I'll keep you updated because I know you're interested in this conversation with somebody you don't know. But yeah, I'm curious to see where this goes. If he wants to offer me a job, that's fine too. I'm okay with that. I don't know if he's still at the same place that we both used to work at. I remember. I guess we'll find out. I haven't gotten as many of those since I removed my info from some public databases. Yeah, so that's how they get you, isn't it? I mean, it's like, okay, you can win this whole home setup that's $10,000. Just put in your details into this form, and then before you know it, your information is just sold everywhere. So, how many bits to get in on choosing what to write? Well, I mean, that could be a thing, Dukasoft, but also that's a dangerous game to play, isn't it? Because, this is a person that I enjoyed working with. So, if I said, 500 bits to say what to write, and then someone donates 500 bits and they go, tell them to go F themselves. And I'm like, no. What was your career before Unity game dev expert? I mean, I'm not a Unity game dev expert, but I appreciate the hat tip or the sarcasm. One of those two things. But I'll make it quite clear in my verbiage. I'm a hobbyist Unity developer. I am far from being an expert. But I used to work for Farmers Insurance. Yeah. Don't know. People outside the US probably will never have heard of Farmers Insurance. But I started working for them in 2008. I was there for 10 years. I started on their help desk answering tech support calls. And I started as a level 1. And then I became a level 2 phone technician. And then I got to level 3, which is... they actually called level 2 just to make it not confusing, where I wasn't on the phones anymore and I actually was the one that calls got escalated to, where I call people back and deal with their issues. And when I started there, they had no remote access software, so you were flying blind. It was like, well, click on this. Okay, what are you seeing now? Okay, well, click on that and do that, and it was horrible. And then suddenly they got TeamViewer. They started using TeamViewer, and we could actually see the desktop of the PCs we were fixing, and it was glorious. It was such a revelation. We could actually not fly blind anymore. So, yeah, that was interesting. So I did that for a while, and then Another department said, we want you to come and work for us doing analytical tools like Splunk and Google Analytics, and Tea Leaf was actually one of their tools they used as well. And it allowed them to detect things like fraud in the insurance industry. So that was interesting. So I was there for a whole 10 years. And I had an hour and a half commute every day. So it did make for a long day, but it was a fun job. And then it became not a fun job. And so it was the only job in my life that I've ever actually quit. So there we have that. The Google Assistant screens calls for you with an AI chatbot and transcribes the conversation to text for you. Yeah, so I actually have my phone set to not even ring. Silence unwanted callers, it's called, or something like that on an iPhone. You just move the little slider across in settings, and then if somebody tries to call me that's not in my contacts list, it just goes immediately to voicemail. And more often than not, they don't leave a voicemail, so I just get this missed call from this random number. Oh, reset. So yeah, I don't tend to get any spam calls. The only problem is when you're waiting for a call from somebody and you don't know which number they're coming through on, so you have to turn that slider off, and then suddenly you get an avalanche of people trying to sell you car warranties and things. So it's pretty wild. That's what I used to do, but for digital signage instead of insurance. Okay. Hour and a half, ouch. And I complain if my commute goes from 15 to 25. Yeah, and for a year of those 10 years, Darren, I was actually on a motorcycle. I was on 2 wheels. And yeah, it was horrible. It really was. It was grueling a lot of the times. Sometimes it was sub-zero temperatures and I couldn't feel my fingers by the time I got there. Other times it was 100 degrees and, you know, I was soaked in sweat. So yeah, it was interesting. Sparky, how you doing? Welcome on in. Tatum, I see you and Sparky showed up at the same time today. Good to see you. Working, listening, and lurking. Hope all is well. Yeah, we're just saying about, I occasionally get random texts and random calls, and today it's actually a text from somebody that I haven't spoken to in 7 years since I left my last job. So I'm curious what he wants, to be honest. I mean, I'm not suspicious or anything. I mean, we left on good terms. I enjoyed working with him, but so he sends me a text and says, "How are you, Lee?" And I say, "Hey, Sean, how's life?" And he says, "It is pretty good. How about you? How are you and the family?" So obviously I'm not going to trauma dump. I'm going to say, all good here. How's work? With a smiley face, I'm going to do the grimace. How's work? Alrighty. Git Bamey. Lovely to see you. No, lovely to see you, Rob. So many chat chums. Yeah, we got a good crowd in today. It's funny, I was talking to Yag. Anybody that knows Yag, I was talking to Yag in a chat the other day, and they always like switch the letters of my name, and so I said, "Hey, did you know I've actually got a redemption that does that now called Witless Protection?" Problem is that Yag is not in the US, and apparently he's always asleep when I'm streaming, so they won't get to see it. But you saying Git Bamey just reminded me of that conversation. Because they'll be like, "Oh, is that the real Lit Famey?" when they see me in a chat. So now we have a redemption that actually does the same thing. Are you sure it's him? There are people pretending to be your friend on Facebook and they are scammers. Yes, I did actually have their phone number in my phone, Sparky. So that's how I knew what it was when it came up. But yeah, I'm well aware I'm well aware of the scammers and the spammers and the bots, and I think I've pretty much run the gamut over the years of all of those. I was saying earlier that, you know, when I get a random message and it's a number I don't have in my phone and it's on WhatsApp and they say, hey, what time are we meeting at the gym? And I'm like, the gym. Yeah, unless there's a pub called the gym, we're never meeting at the gym. Okay, so that's when I usually delete and report them. Had someone talk to me pretending to be a person I work with and their account was duped and they wanted me to click a link. Yeah, so I'm not clicking any links. I'm not sending them any money. Yeah, what did I watch? I watched a film about an old lady being duped and I can't remember what it was called now. I mean, it wasn't a documentary, it was a movie, and she went and got her own back and got revenge, and it was a whole thing. And if anybody's seen The Beekeeper with Jason Statham, it's the same kind of thing where he goes after people that do that kind of stuff. If you do like Jason Statham movies, I would recommend it. I did enjoy it. You know, it's good watching the old revenge movies, isn't it? You get your anger out, even though it's not you that it's happening to, and even though it's a movie and it's not real. But of course, they use AI these days as well to, you know, send you voice messages and pretend that there's somebody you know and trying to get you to do stuff. So even if it seems like it's from a number you know, even if it sounds like the person on a voice message that you know, it's probably not that person. Thanks to Linus Torvalds, the word git has lost a lot of its edge. Named. Yeah. Hey, you old git. The old gym could be a pub. Exactly. So unless they're saying, when are you going to be at the gym? I know it's fake. Was it the laundromat? When was the last time I went to a laundromat? It's been a while. Usually the only time we go to a laundromat is if we have an issue with our washing machine. And since we got rid of that horrible, I would never recommend them to anybody, LG washing machine. Never buy an LG washing machine. Every 6 months we had to have a part replaced because it just kept wearing out, wear and tear. I mean, it was a nightmare. And during the day or two where we couldn't do any laundry, that was when we went to the laundromat. Received a text last month from a random number. The text said, I bet you don't remember me. My first thought was, nope. Yep, and that's one of the common messages you get. I bet you don't remember me, or hey, how's it going today? Or hey, what are you doing? Or what time we're meeting up? There's a whole laundry list. Sean has gone a bit quiet now, though. I said, all good here. How's work? With the grimacing face. And now there's crickets. So we'll see. Coming to the end of the working day, so all good. Evening chores are looming. Fraud film with Meryl Streep, Gary Oldman, and Antonio Banderas. Oh, good lineup. About an old lady getting revenge on some fraudsters. Yeah, this didn't have any of those actors in it, and I feel like it was, I don't know, I feel like the name was Marjorie or something, like the lady's name in it that got duped. So what happened in this particular film in particular, and I think it's only like this year or 2024 it came out, she's an old lady, has a family around her, she has a grandson, and these people call and pretend to be the grandson, and they don't even use AI or anything. They just kind of muffle their voice a bit and pretend. And she's like, "Oh, it doesn't sound like you. Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just got a bit of a cold. And send this money to bail me out because I'm in jail. Mail it to this address." So she just gets all her savings from around the house and under the mattress, puts it all in a brown envelope, goes to the post office and sends it off. It wasn't bad. No, it was actually a recommendation from Minigamey. He wanted to see it, so yeah, we watched it. It was interesting, and I like that it didn't really have any big named actors in it, because I like that sometimes. Because I don't know, in my brain sometimes if it's a big named actor, it's difficult to differentiate between. Hang on a minute, you were just doing this in your previous movies, and now you're in an old folks' home, and yeah, ends up in a light shop. Yes, Tubby knows the one. Yep, ends up in a light shop. Yeah, we're not going to give any more spoilers. Me and Tubby are on the same page now. But yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Obviously, I can't recommend it to anybody because I don't remember what the name was. But if you happen to see a movie and it is like that, then there you go. All right, so yeah, this is quite nice. While we're on the subject of Tubby Crumbles, Tubby, now you have your assets on the Fab Store. Do you have a link we can show off to the party people? Do you have a publisher page on the Fab Store, as well as your regular page, which is on the Unity Asset Store? Oh, see, I've caught Tubby off guard now. He's like, yeah, wait, what? Hang on, I wasn't expecting this. We didn't rehearse this. Links. Thelma. Oh, it might be Thelma. Let's have a look. Which is funny if it is Thelma, because I said Marjorie, which is nothing like Thelma. Yes, Thelma, this is the one. So it's on Hulu over here. June Squibb, which she seemed familiar, like I've seen her in other things, but I couldn't remember where I'd seen her. Brad Heshinger, Richard Roundtree, Bunny Levine, Parker Posey, Clark Gregg. Clark Gregg I've seen in things before. But yeah, this was it. So the trailer was 2024. Okay, I thought it was this year or last year. It was fairly recent. Yeah, look, 98% Rotten Tomatoes, 7 out of 10 IMDb, 77% Metacritic, 78% of Google users liked it. So, is it based on a true story? I'd say probably no. Loosely based on a true story. Yeah, well, somebody got ripped off once by scammers. Loosely based. All right. GG, Sparky. Thank you for pulling that up. Man, I got a frog in my throat today. Sparky, look, I've got snacks today. I brought snacks to the party. Wrap snacks. So they have crisps. These are salt and vinegar, garlic bread. It's the future. Barbecue. It's a whole thing. They have different wrappers with different flavors. Pretty much like they had Salt and Lineker. They had the sports football players over there. Actually, they are quite nice. The problem is the bag is this size, and you probably get this many in there for $1.99, which seems a little bit pricey for me. But yeah, Richard Roundtree. Wait, what? Richard Roundtree is Shark. Parker Posey is in Dazed. Oh, and Confused, and several indie films. I haven't seen Dazed and Confused, and I don't think I've seen Shaft, so that might explain why I think I don't know any of the people. But thank you, Tatum. Salt and vinegar can make anything taste nice. Do you know what, Rob? I've said the same thing before. You know, you can pretty much cover anything in salt and vinegar and I'll find it delicious. I have salt and vinegar peanuts. Be careful with my enunciation there. Salt and vinegar crisps or chips. And yeah, anything really. Although one thing I haven't tried yet is the salt and vinegar crickets. Yeah, they sell like live crickets, obviously not alive. Yeah, I don't know about those. Say, you know, cover anything in salt and vinegar. I'm probably gonna have to try them on stream at one point, right? I'll get some crickets and we'll try them out. Maybe. I don't know. Parker Posey was in Lost in Space. Yeah, I don't think I saw that either. Salt and vinegar cricket bat. No, not a cricket bat, and not crickets and bats. Just crickets. Yeah, like live crickets. Get them in a box about so big. Reset. Gotta do some work, listening with headphones, catch up at lunch. Thank you, Tatum. You know the information I'm going to need when you come back at lunch, right? And you pop open that lunch box. Be ready. I hope your work goes well. I used to watch the original series of Lost in Space on a Sunday. Yeah, so I'm familiar with the series. I just don't think I've ever watched it. I'm stumped by the idea of salt and vinegar cricket. You know that the insects, Rob. I'm not talking about the sport. The insects. They take them and then they roll them around in salt and vinegar flavoring, and then they put them in a box and then expect people to buy them. I was Lost in Space, Land of the Giants, The Waltons, and Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, I've heard of the first two, and I may have seen an episode or two of the second two. I'm stumped by the idea of... okay, alright, yeah. Okay, I get it now. Sorry, I was a little slow. I got there eventually. I'm proud of that one. You should be proud of that one. That's dad level joking and punnery right there. Okay, so we're going to close this out. This is the guy that offered a free wooden sword today. He made it go free, and it usually costs $4.99. He has a new release of an axe, which is also $4.99, so I'm guessing he's hoping people buy that when they get the free. We'll go ahead and close that out. And for those that missed it earlier, look, this is not my new pet, okay? Not, I repeat, not my new pet. This is Roland. Now, I probably shouldn't have named him because, you know, not like we're going to get close or anything. This is Roland. This is one of the two rats which have been parading around my house. Did you know, little known fact, at least to me, rats can scale bricks. Yeah, I didn't realise that. They're almost like Spider-Man. As I typed it, I was worried I might get punished. I mean, no punishment here. That's tiny compared to the rats in Birmingham. They have a bin strike. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think this picture might make him look bigger than he was. I have a video if anybody wants to see the video. We did show it earlier. We had the world premiere of the rat release video. I saw two children riding around on one. Yeah. I mean, I have a video of it being released here into the wild, so I could play that if anybody's interested. Might have been a dream, might not. Yeah, I mean, when they're big enough you can throw a saddle on, then that's probably the time to call animal control. Anybody interested in seeing this video? I don't have to play it. We can jump straight into the game dev portion of the stream if nobody wants to watch it. Scurry away. I saw one opening a new restaurant. I think that might be Ratatouille. I think we had touched on that film earlier, and somebody may or may not have mentioned a redemption where I lift up my hat and there's a rodent underneath it. My sis used to keep rats. They were very clever, and one thought it was a cat. It will curl up on your lap and sleep. I'm curious. I think it was. Okay. All right. Okay. So because Shark Geek wants to watch it, there's nothing squeamish in it. It's not. I don't need to put a rating on it. It doesn't need Morgan Freeman to come back with his viewer discretion advised. So this is just me after I caught it. The morning I caught it, I drove a couple of miles to a local wooded area, and this is what happened. You might need to turn your volume up a bit because it's a bit quiet. Okay, Roland, it's moving day. Here you go. This is going to be your new home. Hope you'll be very happy here. Don't come back to mine. Okay. Here he is. Alright, I think we're about ready. Put it down here. Tails always amaze me, it's so long. Lift it up. There we go. Be free. Be free. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, wrong end. Try the other end of the cage. Go on. There you go. There it is. There he goes. There he goes. Bye. Bye. Bye, Roland. Bye, Roland. Enjoy. Come on! Come on! Come on, Lee! Come on! Come on! Come on! Well, that's the bejesus scared out of me today. Thank you, Duke. Whoosh! Off the little fella goes. Exactly. And hopefully he's going to stay gone now. So, yes. There we go. There is the picture of the before. That was the video of the after. Now we've caught Roland and let Roland go, we have to catch Reggie. There it was, in fact, 2 of them, according to Mrs. Gamey in the videos that she saw when they triggered the bird cam overnight. So there may be a Reggie update. If we take a look at the burb cam at the moment, while we won't actually see any burbs there, and we haven't seen any for days, I'm thinking there might be a rat scent.
Hey Big Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
I think there might be the rat scent on there, and that might be what's keeping them away, because we haven't seen any actual birds in days. So once we've caught Reggie, and Roland and Reggie are both released into the wild, then I think a thorough clean of the birdhouse might be involved. Not Ronald, Roland! Yeah, Roland! Roland Rat, yeah! You remember Roland Rat, Sparky, and probably Reggie. Was Reggie his brother or his cousin? I can't remember now. There was definitely a family connection there. Yeah, so I couldn't think of any other famous rats, so it's quite an old reference, but Ronnie and Reggie. No, I don't think they were rats, I think they were crays. It's a slightly different breed there, Rob. Yeah, no. No, we're not talking about gangland mobsters here. We're talking about a different type of dirty rat. See what I did there? Look, if I had a Sega command, like Belinda does, I would typed in ! Seg there, because I think that was a pretty good segue. There were the craze. There's been so many things made about them, right? Documentaries, movies, TV shows, and I like them all. I watch all of them. Anyway, there we go. That's the Roland update. Okay. Let's have a look, see what the game looks like. Now, the game looks a little bit different to how you remember it if you were on my last stream, because I did some stuff off stream. Okay. I did some post-processing. I did some tweaking on the lighting. I added some set dressing, so we put some trees in there. Yeah, and it's looking a little bit more like an actual game now, even though it's supposed to be a mashup of a car racing game and a zombie game, and we have no zombies yet. That's what I'm hoping to fix today. So, yeah. And for those people keeping track, I have an update from Sean. He replied again on my messages, okay? Everyone says they knew the craze or knows someone who knew them. Yeah, they were quite prolific. I have family from East London and everyone knew of them. Yeah, you probably don't want to cross them. I don't think many people live to tell the tale, but yeah. All right, let me just have a quick look at this Wallow text message from Sean. Hang on. I like Sean. I'm perplexed why he would reach out after 7 years of no contact. I mean, am I the only person that finds that a little bit odd? I'm not going to say suspicious because that implies something nefarious. Well, we switched last year from Splunk, which is one of the analytical tools, to Dynatrace, which is another one. So the team spent most of the last year transitioning all the business from Splunk to Dynatrace. That has been going well generally. Pain points here or there, but we worked through most of them. Trying to get better at Dynatrace now since I was so busy just moving stuff before. How about you? Are you still in game development? I mean, arguably. Send him a reply. Okay. Still in game dev, but looking for a change, possibly. Okay. Arguably. Someone must have mentioned handsome game dev streamers and he thought I should call Lee. I like you already, Shark Geek. You don't have to say stuff like that. But thank you. Yeah, I mean, you know, if I'm looking for a change of career, maybe I need to get on the catwalk. Maybe they're looking for handsome game devs. Maybe there's a fashion show in Paris or something. I can walk down the catwalk in my game dev shirts. Yeah, maybe Calvin Klein. Maybe Calvin Klein is going to come out with a range of game dev shirts, and they want an actual hobbyist game dev to show off the range, maybe. Allegedly. Thank you, Dukesoft. Probably shouldn't have done so much headbanging right there with my back not being great. But the ibuprofen is my bestie friend today and is actually working pretty good, so. I know, right, Rob? I mean, maybe he needs to be Smooth Geek instead of Shark Geek. Name change when? Given you have dogs, is being on a catwalk safe? Rob, it's never safe around here. I have a cat too. And sometimes they fight like cats and dogs. Yeah. So we have Milo, big Jersey cow. We have Igni, the black guard dog, if you will. And then we have little Cheeto that tries not to get between them as the cat. So, yeah, so quite often there is a cat walk going on in the house. Look at that, look! 97.75. I think, to be honest, that's going to be the best drop today. I don't think anybody's going to top that. So, yeah. Oh, you still like me? Okay, I'll try harder. I feel like, did you know if you actually go and watch Shark Geek stream, he has a redemption for his socks. Yeah. So you only get to see my shirt here. Oh, that was so close. You bopped Cheeto in the head. Man. 95.21. Close, but no cigar, as they say, Dukesoft. Yeah, on Shark Geek stream, you only get to see my shirt, but you can see his socks. He'll actually hold his feet up on stream and show you the socks he was wearing. I did the redemption on his last stream, and I got to see his socks. It's only one per stream, because, you know, it's a limited time offer. But yeah, if you're the one that does the redemption on the stream, you can see his socks. It is true. Okay, so what I'm going to do, here's what's going to happen. First thing I'm going to do is I am going to fix the calendar. I'm going to switch back. There we go. So we've got the proper calendar. Captain Krabs is in the house. Welcome on in, Krabs. Gotta go and start my chores. Have a great stream. Toodle pip, chat chums. Thanks, Rob. Always good to see you. Always rely on Rob for keeping me in touch with my limey side. You know, we have similar upbringings, so yeah, always good. All right, so what's going to happen now is now fix the calendar. I'm going to switch to the BRB scene, and I'm going to grab a coffee. And then when I have a nice steaming cup of coffee in front of me, I'll show you where we're at with the game, which, like I said, does look a little bit different, so be prepared, okay? Dukasoft just wants to stop me going to the BRB scene. All hail the mighty Pooh! Oh! Everybody hold up the mighty Pooh. Got up early to watch the Xbox Gamescom presentation, and after that disappointment, I'm here. Alright, so when I come back, Captain Krabs, I want to hear all about why it was disappointing and what you expected to see or hoped to see and didn't see, because I haven't been in a Xbox Gamescom presentation before, so I have no idea what's going on with that. I'm guessing it's like the PlayStation ones and the Switch ones they do, but for the Xbox. Mighty Pooh! Pooh! There's so much poo in chat. Anyway, I'll leave you all to clean it up while I go and make a coffee. I'll be right back.
Hey, does anybody want coffee? Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Oh no, that's not the camera view you're supposed to see. Reset. I think it followed me into the kitchen. I think, you know, you have these fancy cameras. It's like, hey, we've got a PTZ pan tilt zoom camera, and I don't know how to stop it following me. I'm sure there's a way. I'm sure if I bothered to, what's the phrase? RTFM, is that the acronym? That I could actually set it up so it doesn't, like, follow me everywhere I go. Now, if I go like this, see, look, it doesn't follow me when I want to test it. Hello, camera. It doesn't. Yeah, if I go into the kitchen to make a coffee, apparently it wants to watch my every move. So, yeah. Oh, Dukasoft. All right, let me scroll back. What did I miss? All the poo talk. Okay, the Xbox Gamescom presentation.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
I'm sorry it disappointed you, Cam Crabs. And I did read your comment, hoping to see a game that wasn't a Call of Duty or Dark Souls clone. I feel like the game industry is like the movie industry, and that their imaginativity stuff I just made up has gone. I don't feel like since we had COVID there's been any decent movies, to be honest, or not many. And it seems like the same with the games. Like when I've watched the Switch ones, you know, everybody's like, oh, we're hoping for a sequel to this, or, you know, a new this type of game. But it's all Mario stuff, and it's like, what is going on? All right, I'm catching up with chat. Give me a second, peoples. Lots of fishing, lots of poo. All the poo. Clear the poo out of the way. Drop of brown. Yes, so this is the clip. This is the clip, Shark Geek, that Balint loves to play on his stream. Let's have a look. Here it is. Why, Balint, next time you're having a couple of beers with Mr. Clancy, could you ask him why when you watch it? Could you ask him why when you watch a clip, is it the same for everybody else? I'm guessing it's not just my setup here. Why it's always muted, and then you have to unmute it, and then you have to drag it back, and then you have to play it again. If it just played not muted, that'd be great. Okay, that's my request for you. For the next time you go out for a couple of beers with him, if you could say, hey, what do you even call him when you go out for drinking with him? Do you call him like Captain Clancy or DJ, or I don't really know how good a terms you are with him, but yeah. Anyway, here it is. Kid. I don't know how I get through some days, definitely more recently, without a drop of the brown stuff. Does anybody remember that shirt in that clip? My Donkey Kong shirt? Kid. I don't know how. Oh, it's a Donkey Kong shirt, and it had Donkey Kongs all over it. I don't have that shirt anymore. I'm not saying this is an old clip. And I'm not saying, you know, how old is this clip? 8 months ago. Yeah, so I no longer have that shirt. We no longer have the weather showing as text at the top of the screen. When it works, which it doesn't today, we have the drop down come in now, the panel with the weather on. But yeah, this is one of those clips. 23 views. It seems like more. Where we talk about a drop of the brown stuff. So one more time. I don't know how I get through some days, definitely more recently, without a drop of the brown stuff. There it is, a drop of the brown stuff. I obviously meant coffee, you know. Why am I going to talk about, you know, this is not a Captain Crab stream, okay? I'm not talking about Mighty Poo and creating games where you run around as a poo as the main character. So, yeah, I need to catch up, don't I? People are disappearing before I've even had a chance to say hi. And I got to get some stuff done, so I'll leave you lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Oh my goodness! OMG! OMG! We were just talking about Yag earlier on the stream. Yes, it's the real Trick Caney. Yag, how are you doing? Welcome on in. I'm going to have to show you the redemption that I talked about because I waded back through and tried to create a clip, and the clip machine is balked, as some things are on Twitch. But Bardi, how you doing? Welcome on in. Sorry, I'm really playing catch up at the minute. Let's have a quick look. Look, it's Bit Gamey. What is me? What's this YouTube
clip? This is not a Rickroll, is it? Because if it is a Rickroll, I called it. And now I'm squished. Back up.
Okay, thank you.
Knocking shop for everyday items. Try saying things.
It's all going a bit. Let's have a look. Here we go. That is not me. What is this, Bardaki? Chicken dance. Oh, okay, I get it. Because on Bardi's stream, he has random dancing for the characters, but for some reason, always seems to have me doing the chicken dance. Not like that. I've never looked like that. There is a photo somewhere I'm trying to get taken off the internet of me wearing a chicken costume in Target, but yeah, no, that is definitely not me. All right, catching up. Duka Quacky, good old Danny boy. You know, only Lita has had a meal with him. Wow, I'm not pretty enough. Well, I think we can nerf that because we know that's not the case. I remember the moose hat. Yes, Sweaty Betty. The moose hat. Weather, yeah, weather's balked today. I need to fix that. Fresh is going to go and get some stuff done. Okay, so Yag, are you ready? Are you ready, Yag? So this is the redemption I was talking about, and this may subconsciously have been inspired by Yag, who often in streams when Yag sees me says, "Is this the real?" and then changes. Hard to believe, I know. Changes the letters on the front of my name. So, yes. Trit Caney as an example there. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do the redemption now, and we're going to see what...
Breaking news, the streamer is now in witness protection. Their name has been completely changed and their identity hidden for their own protection.
Thank you. So, I am obviously Skit Dramey. Yeah, and thank you for trying to find out which shirt Beard Gamey was wearing today. And there we go, clearly uses the same redemptions as Big Gamey does for seeing what the time is. The clock actually said it is 15 minutes past 11, which is the time here. So what I need to do is maybe add in something like, as well as fixing the weather, got to disable webcam redemptions when Woodless is active.
You to turn that thing off! It is too late and it's too loud!
What is red and smells like blue paint? Red paint?
A few moments later.
So, apparently, I'm Sonic. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but anyway, I guess the joke was on me. Skit Dramey. See Yag? what we did originally was it switched out the initial letters, and then NanoDev came in and said, hey, can we do compounds where it does like a couple of letters? I had to make sure that the B in bit didn't get replaced with an SH, because that wouldn't fit into the wholesomeness that everybody has come to appreciate. So yeah, hopefully it works okay and is not too terrible. I wasn't sure if the voice went too deep. I might look at changing that, but yeah, I don't want it to be too deep, Yag. Bardaki turned me down. Bardaki's always turning me down. I keep asking, but he always turns me down. And what is red and smells like blue paint? Red paint. There we go. Sonic Bit Driver. I'm not sure why that Sonic head just randomly appeared. I have it set up. I mean, on a previous iteration of a stream, I had it where I had random video game character heads on my head, and one of them was Sonic. And I have a shortcut key. If you press Control, Alt, Shift, S, so you have to literally press 4 keys to trigger it. Look, I'll show you. There it is, okay? How does that randomly happen during the stream? Yeah, I don't know either. But anyway, it's disabled. And for anybody that missed it yesterday, we'll just have the third and final showing. See, quick gamey, it could be. Third and final showing of the rat that I caught on my porch 2 nights ago, and I released yesterday morning. So there we go. This is the rat that I lovingly called Roland that stumbled into the live trap. See, I'm okay with that, JD. I think that will be okay. Yeah, like tit famey, because that's the name of a bird, right? There is a bird type, like a blue tit, red. Is there a red one? I don't know, but anyway, I think that would be okay. It's just the SH I wanted to not make it do. So yes, this is Roland. Tit Mamie. Yeah, rebrand when. So this is Roland. For those that didn't see Roland earlier, oh, that's a bit close. Was patrolling our porch overnight and managed to catch it, and then I went and released it. So here is the last showing for today, because this is the 3rd time I've shown it. This is me releasing Roland into the wild. Okay, Roland, it's moving day. Here you go. This is going to be your new home. Hope you'll be very happy here. Don't come back to mine. Okay. There he is. Alright, I think we're about ready. And I keep saying he, it could be a she, I don't know. Down here. I don't want to misgender the rat. Let's lift it up. No rat burger. No. Be free. Be free. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, wrong end. Try the other end of the cage. Go on. There you go. There it is. There he goes. There Zoom! Yeet it out of there. Bye. Bye. Bye, Roland. Enjoy. There he goes. Yep. So, Roland, I'm going to close these out now. Last time of seeing Roland. There we go. And we have one left, apparently, that still comes back, called Reggie, and so we need to catch Reggie almost as quick as Quick Gaming. Nothing's as quick as Quick Gamey. We probably shouldn't go there though. That's my nickname, and that's why Bardi keeps turning me down. It's using the redemption to turn me down. I mean, it's all a vicious rumor. So yeah, let's get the music back on. Who was first in chat today? I think it was the mighty Balint. I believe so. If we can catch up on some shout outs. Yeah, I think that deserved pulling the lever for that. Yeah.
And her reaction is the oh no.
See, that's the fun shenanigans you can find at the Science Streams channel. There's Berlin and his lovely wife Lita. Okay. Half now of the Science Stream team. Okay. There's 4 of them. 4. Want them. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a Buster Brown and there's a Munchkin as well. Alright. So, GG's on being first in the stream, Berlin, today. See, Berlin tries to do offline firsts. And sometimes he manages it. Sometimes it sends a message in chat going, congratulations, you were first on stream today, and I'm not even streaming. And then I go to OBS and I'm like, wait, what? What is going on right now? But also, I still need to add something to the stream. I haven't had any epiphanies yet, any light bulb moments of something I can have on this scene where it says, this person was first. I feel like I need like a first trophy or something, and then just have the person's avatar on it. But then also it would need the name around the bottom and
I applied to be a doorman but didn't get the job due to lack of experience. That surprised me. I thought it was an entry-level position.
Where's the drums? There, thank you, finally. I don't just look like a crazy person waving my arms around. All right. We had a look almost at the game so far, right? Here we go. Show Unity. World premiere of the game so far. Here it is. Maybe. Possibly. Is it going to work? No. Maybe we just won't do any game dev today. Show Unity. Ta-da! Alright, this is where we're at the moment. We need to add zombies to this zombie game because we don't have any. We have a game called Zoombie Takedown because you're zooming around shooting zombies, and we have no zombies. So let me show you where we're at. We might make this a little darker yet, I'm not sure, but it's controlled by the directional light and this intensity number here. So it's on 0.7, we can maybe have 6 or 5 or 4 or 3 or 2, or in fact 0.1, which is very dark. So yeah, we'll see. But anyway, we change this. Already changed to play maximized. Then we have a quick look what we have. We have brum brum brum, pew pew pew. Allegedly. Maybe. Unity. Hello. Made a slight change to the engine. Here we go. All right. So we have the brum brum. Brum, brum, brum. Maybe a tunnel. Maybe a tunnel bit coming. There you go. There's a tunnel. And then no tunnel, but lots of trees. Maybe on the left and right of the level. There we go. And pew! 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 Alright, so that's where we have it. We have a game where you can drive down the road. Have to math for a bit. Oh, I'm sorry, Tatum. If you need my fingers and toes to do any calculations, let me know. I can hold them up and you can kind of like, you can do the counting on them. Okay. I mean, I know that on Shark Geek stream you can see his socks, but if you do need my toes, I'm willing to undress my feet. That just sounds wrong. Anyway, anything I can do to help, Tatum, just let me know. Okay. Has a really good spooky vibe. Thank you. Like I say, I don't do a lot of games with night lighting. Tubby was a big help on the last stream about a couple of things I could change. But again, I think once we get the zombies in here, it's going to have an even more spoopy vibe, hopefully. Can you calculate my next angle to turn for the next property corner? I'm going to say probably try 90 degrees. That usually works pretty well on street corners. Yeah. Or, you know, you could try Yag's 42, but you might end up crashing into the shop on the opposite corner of the turn. But you know, I'm no expert. I know they say it's the angle of the dangle or something. I don't really know what that relates to, but lighting in games is wild. Having it slightly wrong ruins it, but having it spot on makes it seem so hard. Yeah, it is. I think it's one of those things like camera work that until you work on games, it's one of those things that you shouldn't really notice. And if you do notice, then it's been done wrong. So it's definitely challenging. Okay. All right. I'm going to do another free redemption just since we're blessed with Yag's presence today, and see what other name the redemption will come up with for witless protection. Okay. So here we go. Let's see what comical name redemption comes up with this time.
Breaking news, the streamer is now in witless protection. Their name has been completely changed, and their identity hidden for their own protection.
Don't even know how this is going to work now.
Because it's going to make my voice higher.
And then higher, possibly.
And now hits game you can't even be seen.
So I have no idea how my voice sounds now. It might sound normal, it might still sound deep, you might not even be able to hear me. I don't know, but you know, the whole thing is I'm not supposed to sound like bit gamey, because hit scamey is clearly something very, very different. And thankfully we didn't get the S, we just got hit scamey. So it did actually put the S on the second word, so you feel bad for scammy. Maybe it's scammy, maybe he scams people. I don't know. Or maybe he uncovers scammers and that's why he's in witless protection. Nobody really knows. So...
Oh, hello. Hopefully my voice is back to normal. Wanted in 12 states for scamming people. Changed his name to Scammy instead of Scammy. It's wild. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny. So what I did was, if we leave the lighting, well, let's put the lighting back up a little bit for now. What was it on? 0.7? So we can see what we're doing, because, you know, it's one thing to dim it down after we've set everything up, but it's another when we can't actually see what we're doing to set things up. So, yes, we have some trees. I'm not sure, because of the time crunch we're on, and I'm almost afraid to look, but show browser. All right, 2 days, 3 hours. So we've still got 48 hours left to turn this into a playable game. No entries yet, so everybody's clearly leaving it until the last day or two before they get their entries in. 41 joined. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if my game was the only one that got submitted? No, it wouldn't be funny because I'm hosting it. So yeah, that wouldn't be good at all. Okay, so we've got a couple of days. Show Unity. All right, so now we need to add some zombies, and I have 2 packs. Not the wrapper. 2 packs, 2 asset packs. Okay, we have Toon Zombies, and then Toon Zombies Extended. Okay, the 2 packs that I purchased, I didn't get them for free. I didn't get them in a sale. Actually, were they in a sale? They might have been. But I paid for these for a previous zombie project I was working on. So I'm happy to get them back out the spoopy closet, as it were, and add them into this game. So we go to Toon Zombies and then Prefabs. And then if we click on one, for example, this one, look at the bigger image. There we go, look. And it does also come with animations. I did actually reach out to the developer and ask him what broken meant, and I can't remember what he said now. Maybe drunk? Maybe? I feel like all animations are drunk animations. We'll have to see. I guess we'll do some trial and error. Right, Daki is heading out, going to bed soon. Only had 4 hours of sleep last night and a mighty poop day. Love your face too, buddy. Always appreciate your support. Thank you. Always subscribing and shouting me out and doing all the stuffs. So thank you. Let's get a shout out for Buddy. So it's a less poopy day. And there's all the links and stuffs.
You have to tell me where do you get your pants? Out of my closet. You didn't expect that, did you?
I did not. No, I didn't expect, to be honest, to be talking about Bardaki's pants today, let alone about where he got them from. So yeah, go drop him a follow. Get his amazing RTS game that's on the Steam store on your wishy list. All right, do all the things. And can't wait for the Unwanted War. See, only a few people will get that, Yag. So a quick explanation is when Bardaki first started creating merch for his game, he apparently left the U out. It just said the Unwanted War, began with an N. And I think there might even be merch in the wild that has that on. Yeah, you prefer him without pants, I take it. But here's the thing. Bardaki rarely gets up during a stream. Very careful how I'm wording this. So there's no telling when you watch his streams whether he has pants on or not. So, you know, it's difficult to express a preference. Do you prefer him without pants? Do you prefer him with pants? You know, if he's streaming sans pants, sans pantaloons, as the French say, would you know? Would you really know? Maybe, for all we know, every stream he goes without pants. And obviously, as a limey, in England, pants is underwear or underpants, not trousers. So, yeah. Yeah, make of that what you will. Okay, so let's get some zombies up in here. So what I did was I added a script to this scenery prefab 1. Add zombies. Okay, and you know what I have in the add zombies script so far? Show code. Show code. Is this where we're at today? Is this the level of technical issues that this stream has reached? It's not even going to understand my voice commands. I'm assuming that my voice is back to normal, and that's not why it's not recognizing it. Show code. Ta-da! See, it was Yag just going, I showed you my code, please respond. There you go. I think it was a combination. Teamwork made the dream work there. So yeah, we just have a bog standard template at the moment with nothing in it. So what I want to do is make this, I'm not going to say clever, I'm going to say a little bit clever, in that we want to keep reusing the same prefabs. So like this straight road here, well, you can't see it because you're looking at the code, but the straight road that we saw in Unity, and then you have the road with the tunnel. And I want to reuse those, but make them look different. and different as in the position of the zombies. So in theory, we're going to have points on the prefabs where we can make the zombie appear, and it'll be on a randomizer. So, you know, if it's just a straight piece of road, maybe a zombie will be in lane 1, 2, or 3. And we can also randomize the zombie that appears. Maybe we can have one that's crawling along on the belly, one that's walking, different kinds. So I want to use as fewer platforms as possible, but obviously have some kind of randomness in there, but then be able to also mix up the randomness with the position and which particular zombie in particular we use. So with that said, we have a script called add zombies, and we're going to need to do things like determine which prefab we're currently using. Because what I want to do for the tunnel, I really like this idea. In the tunnel, I want to have it so that there's a zombie that's crawling along the top of the tunnel, and then as you get closer, the zombie falls and lands on your hood of your car, or bonnet, if you will. And then you're able to shoot him, because with the shooting mechanism at the moment, you just shoot a bullet straight ahead, and if there's a zombie on the tunnel above you, you're not going to actually reach him. So, yeah. Oh, look. Go and do the thing. If you're not already following Clayman, alright, do the thing. And we also have a play command, or Clayman. Well, that's his walk-on sound. That's his own command. So let's try Clay instead. There we go. All right, there's all the things for Clay, aka the other moistest person on Twitch. Yes, yes, yes. I'm always happy to meet Clay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do things like identify which particular piece of scenery or prefab we're looking at with this script. So we need to grab the name of that. Based on that, we're going to run a certain section of code. So we'll have like a method, or if it's prefab A, a different method if it's prefab B. And then in those methods, because we're going to have the same script attached to all of the prefabs, it's going to say, okay, so this particular prefab is the one that's just a straight stretch of road. So we're going to call this method. Okay, so in that method, all we know is that we have 3 straight lanes of road. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this zombie, we're going to put them in lane 1, 2, or 3, and we're going to pick this random zombie and this animation, and they're going to do this. So we're going to have one universal script that we can attach to all of the platforms, and then when the platform gets instantiated or spawned into the scene, then it'll do the calculations based on what's happening, and we should be in good shape. So what I'm thinking is we already have one tunnel piece where it's just a straight tunnel, which means the car potentially can be in any of the 3 lanes. Okay, and there's a fancy pants shout out for Yag. What do you have a clip we can watch? Oh, it got flagged as being mature. I need to look into that and open up the clips, because that doesn't make any sense to me. Some of the clips that we see are from streams that are marked as mature, and I don't know why some of the clips it doesn't play like that. But Jern, how you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Let's get a fancy pants shout out for the Irish heartthrob. Okay. There's all your links. Even the dogs are excited.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Oh, help me. Help me. Somebody take the...
That was the shark game, wasn't it? Kaboom! We haven't seen Turgus today.
Mouse and keyboard off here. Oh, please, no.
Fun times always on a Journ stream. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays currently. So if you're not already following, drop a follow, turn on those notifications, and then you'll just be alerted when he goes live, whether he's early, whether he's never late, but later than the usual scheduled advertised time, allegedly. Yeah, do the thing. Okay. So we had a clip for Berlin earlier, and one of Berlin's favourite clips is actually of two of his favourite streamers, which is Irish John Games and Nerdwino on a phone call. But I don't think we're going to see that on Nerdwino's clip.
Wins at depth. Using the high-precision Juno data, the authors were able to generate a four-fold increase in the resolution over previous models created with data from NASA's trailblazing Jovian explorers Voyager and Galileo.
See, now, what you'll get on Nerdwino's stream is he'll take, like, papers, or he'll take a astrophotography photo of the day, and can actually explain stuff to you, because don't you know he used to work for NASA? Yeah. So any questions you have, you might go, well, I have this question, but it's not rocket science, and he will probably still know. So the NASA, exactly, yes, yeah, no word of a lie, no joke. So late is not a state I have in my machine. No, exactly. So, yeah. What is it that Nerdwino has on his stream? About the wizards never being late or something? Just like the one in the movies, yeah. Except I can't say how accurate the representation of the one in the movies is. Maybe the one in the documentaries. You know, documentaries like Jurassic Park, if you want to find out about dinosaurs. Those type of documentaries. Yeah. I mean, there are some people that say that Jurassic Park is a movie and not a documentary, and they debunk the theory that you can actually regenerate dinosaurs from insects found in amber. But you know, that's like flat earthers as well, so we don't pay those people much mind. I feel like Bruce Willis in Armageddon and Arduino share the same energy. I mean,
I can neither confirm nor deny.
oh, is all I'm saying. Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna make a quick run to the restroom and fill up my coffee again. Drop of the brown stuff. No, Berlin likes when I say that. And I'll be back in about maybe 2 minutes and 37 seconds, probably. Bean sneeze? Yeah, exactly. Alright, I will BRB and then we'll get some zombies added into this game. Alrighty, be right back.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Reset. Or don't. I'll just press the button, I guess. Okay. Hello, it's me again. I don't know if you're familiar with me and the content that I provide on a weekly basis. Soon to be daily basis, but that's a whole other schedule change conversation. All right, so things we need to do. Bean sneeze. There we go. There it is. Things we need to do in this script is we need to.
What's the time? What's the time? What's the time?
Whoa.
What's the time? What's the time? What's the time?
That should be about to update any minute because it updates every 5 minutes. And my PC clock says it's now 11:50. So instead of it saying it is 15 minutes to 12, it should in fact say it's 10 minutes to 12. But it hasn't done. I just wait indefinitely and hope that it does just click over while I'm staring into the void. Now, as I mentioned on a previous stream, you might not have heard, that used to be a lot brighter. It used to have white text and it was blinding pretty much. We would like sit here and we'd be watching TV and have the lights off if it was movie night or something. We get this big white glow in the corner from the word clock. So I bought some film and put some blue film over it and it looks a lot nicer now. There we go. It is 10 minutes to 12. It's updated now. So, yeah. Back to it. All right, so we need to grab... how do we want to reference these? What in the world? I'm going to need to just be right back, okay? If anybody wants to redeem the burb cam, I'm going to stay on this scene. I'm just going to mute the mic. But the cage for catching the rat just fell down off of the banister. So if you want to see me fixing it again, and why wouldn't you, go ahead and redeem the burb cam. I'll be right back.
Hey Dukesoft, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees. What we said originally was we would actually set it up at night because that was when the rodents usually appear. So we might have to do that. I don't know why it fell down. There's not strong enough wind. So whether a big bird came up like a mourning dove or something and happened to flap next to it and knocked it off, I don't know. Anyway, it's fixed again now. So, let's see, what do we need to do in the script? We need to grab a reference to the prefab. How are we going to do this? Are we going to do this by name? Because at the moment, the names are Scenery Prefab 1, Scenery Prefab 2. I don't know. I mean, how would you refer to them if we weren't just calling them that? Maybe, I mean, long straight road, tunnel, restricted tunnel. I think we probably need to make them a bit more obvious. So let's go show Unity. Are we looking for prefabs and road prefabs? So at the moment we have Scenery Prefab 1, which I'm going to rename to be 3 lane. Oops, if you can spell right. 3 lane highway. Okay, and then this one is going to be... We're going to start off on this road, which is a 3 lane highway, but I feel like I'm not going to have the add zombie script on this particular stretch of road.
It is too late and it's too loud.
What are you trying to say, TD? You just come in and you want to show. So,
a few moments later.
How you doing, TD? Welcome on in. I know you don't really like it when the calendar shows the Android view, so I'm just going to change it for you, just to celebrate your arrival in the stream today. There we go. iOS calendar just for TD. Alrighty, let me close out a couple of these reminders on my phone. Already did that. Already did that.
Stay a while and
wait.
listen.
Ah, Dr. E, welcome on in, and I'm sorry you were unlucky today with the redemption. See, look, lurking only comes in for a shout out. Didn't get a shout out, and yeah, Lokara is gone. What? How did I lose? It's on a randomizer, and I know you're used to not losing at anything in life because you're very successful. But yeah, it's on a randomizer, so sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. On this particular occasion in particular, you did don't. So yeah, sorry, not sorry. Okay, so we're naming these. We're going to have 3 lane highway, which is just 3 lanes open. We're going to have restricted tunnel. Now the name for it I gave is restricted tunnel X2X, meaning there's 3 lanes and it's restricted because lane 2 is the only lane that's open. The other 2 lanes we're going to block off so that you have to go down the middle lane, and when you do go down the middle lane, that's where the zombie's going to be on the tunnel roof, and it's going to make it easier for me to coordinate dropping the zombie from the roof onto the hood of the car, and then you having to shoot the zombie off of your car. So we'll do that first. So I think if we drag in the restricted tunnel prefab, get rid of scenery prefab 2, we can actually prefab unpack completely. Right, so this is completely independent now, and won't have a zombie script on it because it's the initial platform. Okay, and then if we look at the scenery manager, and we have 3 lane highway and restricted tunnel, so we have those 2. So if we can drag in now the restricted tunnel to here, and then we hide the initial platform. So this is the restricted tunnel. What we need to do is we need to say that we don't want player to be able to go in either of the lanes. So this is where we go into the models folder, and we need some road props. So props, road sign, big pack. No, we don't want signs. New prefabs. Okay, so if we look at these objects here, we need stuff like stuff that we can block off lanes in a tunnel with. Detour, no. Guardrail post, intersection pole, manhole, metal pole, one way, parking meter, pedestrian light. See, we could use these, but what do we put between them? I guess we could just have a few of these stacked. Also got cones, but the driver might feel like they can blow through cones. Have a look. Yeah, so we don't... I guess all we have is these, so we drag these up here. Restricted tunnel, so we need to drag these into the prefab. Okay. We'll have 1, 2, 3, and I could like make it so they're perfectly spaced, but we have to remember that in real life a human would have placed these, and so they wouldn't be perfect anyway, wouldn't be perfect pixel spacing apart. And I think what we need to do is we need to make it look like we're being siphoned into middle lane. So if we kind of take them and have them a bit like this, and then take the third one. This guy doesn't even stream. That guy does stream. It doesn't stream as often as I would like, but it definitely streams because somebody made me mod in their stream, so I'm pretty sure they stream. Alright, so drag this across. And let's have a look. Second one needs to have a... Actually, let's do 4. Let's be a rebel. Let's have 4 in the lane. So we'll have 1 there. 1 there. That one can come back a little bit and be over here. All right, is that wonky enough that it could have been placed by a human? I think it is wonky enough. Okay, so what we need now is we need to duplicate those and put on the other side so we can block off the other lane. All right, so drag those over this side, and this time I have 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, they're in order. 4, 5. Drag it over a bit, and then 6, and drag it over a bit, and then 7, and drag that one over to finally. Okay. All right, we've got these are the props we can use. Curved guardrail. I guess no. Well, we could have a curved guardrail in there. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe we'll use those later. All right, curved guardrails, detour ahead. Not really a detour, is it? We've got closed lanes. Detour. No, 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 no. One way, no, no. Road work ahead. Well, that would kind of work. Dukesoft, what are you doing with Borkin stuff today? Maybe a road...
Why did the kid throw the watch out the window so time would fly?
That's terrible. Alright, so we're going to have a road work ahead sign. And I know they usually give you a little bit of notice for road work ahead. So maybe what we can do is if we take all of these pylons and move them further down into the tunnel. Somewhere like here. And then we take the roadwork ahead sign. Let's see, we reset it. No, it's going to mess it up if we do that. Put 0 on the rotation. No, 180 on the rotation. Alright, roadwork ahead and left it up. Okay. And then bring it further back this way. Obviously needs to be on the level though. So if we have that, bring that over here. And then slight rotation off of the 180. So that. And then duplicate it. And then put one on the other side. Alright, so we have both of them rotated. And then we kind of need them. We need to, what I want to do is siphon the player. Now the calendar is fixed, I can unlock. Always with the poo, you've got a problem. Drop of the brown stuff is what I'm saying. If we siphon them into one lane and then we'll keep them in that one lane for a little while and then we can open it back out again. So if we take a look from the top view, this is how long it is. So if we siphon them here and then have them down here and then siphon them back out again, then that should give us time to have the zombie crawling down the middle of the tunnel and we should be able to coordinate the zombie dropping on the car more effectively. Okay, so we're going to need a few more of these. A few more of these tall pylon objects. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we duplicate them, 1, 2, 3. Need to go after 3. So we put there. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and another 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 4 can go down here. What we're going to do is put some colliders in so you can't actually blow through it. Have the 4 there, and then we'll duplicate them again. And that'll be the ones that we allow the player to change lanes again. Move those a bit further down. Okay, so I guess we don't really need to siphon them out again, do we? We just have an end to it. So we then have these merits. We just need 3, don't we? Get rid of that one. Have them. All right, so we just have them showing it's the end of the roadworks, and then we're going to take this one, and that one, and that one, that one. So that should be, feel like they might be spaced well enough to give the impression that you should be staying in the center lane. All right, happy with that. No bot game, your weather's not working at the moment. Thank you though. So we duplicate those. Put those there. And then move those across to the other side. Okay, and then we need to those three and duplicate those at the end here, drag them across to there. Maybe we can take yeah, I think that'll work. Alright, so we've got roadwork ahead, we have lanes that are coned off, island off. Okay, so all we need to do now is we need to put some colliders in there. Now what happens, what do we do if the car is not in the middle lane? Do we say, oh no, you ran into the cones, end of the game? Because I haven't decided on what the end condition will be yet for the game. I think we need to do that. If you crash into the roadblock stuff, it's the end of the game. That's one of the ways to not complete it, to end the endless runner, as it were. 2 years and 17 hours. What? That's a lot of followage, TD. Only 2 years. It seems a lot longer, does it? I'm sorry. Try and make the content more interesting so it flies a bit quicker. Alright, so we need to be in the middle lane. We need to put colliders in then so we can detect if the car doesn't make it. I don't think I'm going to put colliders in for the first 3 pylons. I think I'll give you a chance to get across into the middle lane, and that means we can just put 2 primitive objects in. If we do 3D object, cube, okay, and then we move the cube down here. Now we move the cube across here, and then we extend the cube on the Z-axis, cover the pretty much the whole of the block here, and then it can go there, and then we can extend on the X as well. Blah blah blah. I think that maybe 4, okay, and then 26 because I like my whole numbers, and then it already comes with a box collider. The car has a rigid body, so it should detect the collision, and so roadworks, and then we'll duplicate it and then put it the other side. We have minus 482. The other side is going to be plus 482. There we go. All right, so we now have the things in place. As we can see from the game view here, they are too low down. We need to elevate them somewhat. Let's select both roadworks and bring them up. And then we can increase the Y to 2, or okay, have them like that. Alrighty, and then we'll turn off their mesh renderers so we can't actually see them in the scene. And then we go to restricted tunnel, prefab, and do overrides and apply all. So Well, the instantiated objects are the same. And let's see what fun we can have. I'll turn that off, turn the initial track back on, and we're going to hit play and see how it looks. Was there a... I don't remember seeing the roadwork signs, or did I just miss them? I didn't see the roadwork signs. So for some reason it's put them halfway down the level where they should be at the front. Hang on. Oh, it put them there, but look, they're behind the trees, that's why. Behind the trees of the earlier level. What about if we take 3, and it has to be the tree that's leaning in, of course. We reset the rotation to 0. Nope. What about we set it to 0 and then we move it back some so you can see the sign. Or what about, I think we just take it out at this point. If we go to the prefabs, BT prefabs, road prefabs, 3-lane highway is the one that we need to update. Go into 3-lane highway and we go to the trees at the end. This tree here, Chestnut A1. And this one over here. Alright, I think that should have fixed it. Try it again. You can actually see road signs. Well, it's moving pretty quick, I'm not sure. Have a look. Just leave it in the middle lane and then we won't need to change lanes. Okay, so apart from the tunnel encroaching onto the sign, we do see the signs now. There we go. One more time and then we can look at the signs. Yeah, so we've got some of the tunnel actually cutting across the sign, so we're going to need to do a little bit of an edit there. Stop that, go back to the restricted tunnel. We can enable it here. Disable the main track again. Feels like we've known each other forever. Whoa, it does. I think we were separated at birth. I think we were on the same, maybe not the same maternity ward. Maybe not. Okay, so these signs, yeah, are kind of going into the side of the tunnel. We look up here. I think we just need to make them a little bit more sunken about that. Roadwork. Got them both selected. If we down a bit, maybe there. And then if we go to overrides, by all, and then we turn it off, turn that one on, hit play, Yeah, it's still... I think we need to bring them in further, don't we? They're too far to the outside. It doesn't matter that we've dropped them down. They need to be brought closer in or more rotated or something so that it doesn't catch on the tunnel. Maybe just bring it all the way down. How about that? If that does it. -2 point. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Take that one and that one. And we bring them further down. Overrides, apply all. Okay, now we're going to delete that from the scene to enable that again. And now we need to start working on the script. Show code. We need to grab a reference to the prefab and then full method based on prefab name. Right, so let's say if grab prefab name, and we're going to call this dot game object dot name is restricted tunnel x2x, and I'm going to call a method, and the method is going to be call it zombie on tunnel ceiling. And then we'll have zombie on tunnel ceiling as the method here, and print something to the console just saying mind the tunnel zombie, just so that we know actually detecting the name correctly. We don't need to grab a reference to the prefab, we can just grab the name. So full method based on prefab name, prefab that this script is attached to, the object this script is attached to is restricted tunnel x2x, which it won't be, will it? It'll have the word clone in it. And let's hit play. We're instantiating it, so it'll have the word clone after it, unless we rename it in the script. This is what it'll be called. Show Unity. This is what it'll be called. It'll actually have clone after it. So they'll all be called the same. It's easy enough to grab that. Show code. The name is actually going to be this. And we could say .contains and say if it contains restricted tunnel 2x. Let's test this first. I mean, either way will work. We can either just put clone after it, or we can say contains, and so it pulls in the anything with that text in it. Do 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 do. Do we want to use the start method though for doing this? Or do we want to use the onEnable method? Once the game starts, Let's try. Let's see what this does. What I'm looking for is in the console, I want it to say, "Mind the tunnel, zombie," every time we have a tunnel prefab generated. Now let's see if it actually does work like that. Let's save this. Show Unity. Alright, so let's see. Works as intended. So there's a tunnel. Nothing. There's another tunnel. Nothing. We're not getting it. Okay. One of the reasons we're not getting it could be because... do we have the script attached to both of these? And no script on that one. No script on that one. Alright, that might explain it. So if we add component, which is add zombies, now we should be calling it. Now let's try it again. There's one, there's another one. Turn off, oh, back to the console, turn off the collapse. Another tunnel, another tunnel. Okay, so it is working with using the start method. All right, excellent. All right, so what we can do now, show code. What I was going to do originally was for randomness, I was going to spawn the zombie in different positions, but for this particular piece of the road in particular, it's pretty specific in that we're channeling the player into the middle lane. So we want the zombie to be in the same position every time on the tunnel roof, so it can drop down. Or do we? No. We could have one on the tunnel roof, or we could have like walking zombies in different positions. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so to that end, we're going to have zombie on tunnel ceiling. Well, let's have zombies in tunnel. I think it's going to be better because they could be on the ceiling. Could be somewhere else. Music Girl is in the house. How are you doing, Music Girl? Good to see you. Just playing with zombies today. And for those who don't know, Music Girl is the... He's not here, is he? She's the better half of Music Girl and Jimmy. So we do a shout out for it's Jimmy B93. I've got a clip that might actually include Music Girl. Let's have a look.
11, 12. Alright, beep beep, we gotta find the body. We
Beep,
gotta
beep.
find the body. Beetle, beetle.
Beetle, beetle.
It's the body. No, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Mew, mew.
It's a question I ask myself on the daily, Jimmy.
Why can I not find dead body?
I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of undead in the stream today, as far as zombies go, but went to a concert late last night and got home late. Ah, so it wasn't a Coldplay concert, was it? We're not going to see you in the news or just asking for a friend.
Hello.
That's it's Jimmy B93, immortalised on this stream through the uwu command. God no. Was it a Godsmack concert? Maybe. As I think Berlin might be familiar with that band. Jonas Brothers. I didn't even realise they were touring at the moment. And how were they? Was it one of the best concerts you've ever been to? Are you a concert aficionado? Do you regularly attend such music festivals? So good. Excellent. Yeah. So, because didn't at least one of them went solo, right? Was it Kevin, possibly? And didn't they form like DNCE or something that were having Cake by the Ocean? Am I on the right lines there, or am I completely off-piste, as they might say in the skiing circles? Last time I saw them was 16 years ago. Ah, they broke up for a while, and Joe and Nick went solo, and then they got back together. Wait, so there's 3 Jonas Brothers, and the one that I thought went solo was the only one that didn't. That tracks. That sounds about right. Full Shirt Cartoon Network. It is.
The only word for it is
Cake by the Ocean Last Night. Ah, okay. All right. If only there was a way to see the totality of my shirt, Sparky. You know, instead of just like the top portion of it. There was maybe a redemption or something. I don't know. Let me have a look. Bit shirty. Let's see what this does. Whoa! Whoa! I need to put this cord behind my head. There we go. Okay. Alright. I'm back. It's okay. Everybody calm down. It's all good. That shirt is a throwback. Yes, and I stumbled upon it in a local Goodwill, and it was brand new with tags still on, hence the great quality and good condition of it. So I love all the old cartoons. Yeah. In fact, let's not be restricted by the short time that the Bit Shirty Redemption runs for. Let's just have a bit of a look. There we go. Look. Is that Johnny Bravo I see there? Extra points for anybody that identifies any of the others. Dexter's Laboratory with Dee Dee. Remember that? Dexter, Dee Dee, there you go. Not sure who else we have in there. Is that? It's not. Oh, Ed and Eddie. It's not Pinky and the Brain, is it? What's the one with the Grim Reaper? Mandy something, possibly Grim. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a few of the old favourites in there. Ed, Billy and Mandy. There we go. Courage. Oh, all the good characters. I don't know why it's so crooked. I have to kind of lean to the left like I'm drunk to get it to straighten up. Oh, I guess the actual decal itself is offset. That's why it's not me that's offset, but I have to be offset to get it to be straight. Yeah. No, you don't. Not right now. I mean, arguably I'm behind the shirt, but you should just be seeing the shirt about now. Johnny Bravo's mum. Imagine having a jawline like Johnny Bravo and like, be like Max Headroom, wouldn't it? Max. And the little neighbour girl. See, Sparky's just on a nostalgia trip right now. Oh. And don't click on the wrong thing in OBS or you jump around all over the shop, okay? Just be careful what you're clicking on. Okay, so we can now detect when a piece is generated and it is a tunnel piece. So what we need to do in this script is decide if ceiling zombie or walking zombie. Johnny Bravo probably wouldn't be allowed to be shown now. I can't remember much about the dialogue, to be honest, Sparky, but yeah, I'm going to take you at your word there and guess that some of it was mildly, if not wholly, inappropriate. Didn't he used to do this or something? I guess that was the forerunner of the dab, was it? I feel like he used to do that a lot. He was always chatting at the ladies. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, little inappropriate maybe. Yeah. So decide if ceiling zombie or walking zombie, and we're going to do that with a randomizer. So we're actually going to say we're going to have an integer, and actually, or could we just do it with a bool? Yes, that's the question I shall answer. When I return, I will BRB in 2 minutes or less. Probably 1 minute and 51.7 seconds. I shall be back. Hola. Okay, so I don't think this code's going to work. What I'm thinking is I just want to use a bool, so say true or false. I have a bool declared as ceiling zombie. And so what I want to do is say if ceiling zombie is true, or if ceiling zombie, then print zombie on ceiling. Else, if it's false, print zombie on ground. But I want to also have a way to pick a random true or false. I'm not sure if just calling it like this, saying checking the condition, is the way to do it. So yeah, let me have a quick chat with maybe a browser tab that I have open, possibly allegedly in my browser. Randomly. I was hoping there was a better way of doing it, but it seems like it yeah, so I threw it into ChatGPT just because I wasn't sure and I didn't want to spend ages trying to figure it out. And all it's saying is that I should pick a value, or I should set the value and then check for that. So yeah, well, then there has to be a better way than that. Show browser. Doesn't make sense for a ground zombie. Well, what I'm doing is I'm basically saying, is there a zombie on the ceiling? And if it's no, then it'll be on the ground. But this is basically saying randomly decide true ceiling or false ground. So it's just picking a random value, a float value between greater than 0.5, which would make it rounded up to false, I guess, and then less than 0.5 be true. Or ceiling zombie equals random.range 0 to equals 0. This is more what I was thinking, like. So because it's using integers, it's saying it between 0 and 2, but it's actually 0 or 1, because when it's integers, it doesn't include, it's not inclusive, so it doesn't include the 2. So this is going to pick a number, a random number between 0 and 1. Equals random range equals 0. Let's try that. Show code. Alright, so when we call the method and when we're inside, mine the tunnel zombie, and then we're going to say random range between 0 and 2. Alright, so let's try this and let's see what it actually prints out. We'll get rid of this comment for now. So all we should be printing to the console is zombie on ceiling or zombie on ground, and it should be random each time. I think I'd use an enum. I'm not a game dev though. Yeah, so this, I think what this comes down to is quickest practice and best practice. I could use enums and say, you know, okay, enum zombie on floor, enum zombie on ceiling, but I'm very aware that I have less than 2 days probably now to get this finished, so I'm just trying to, rather than best practices, which clearly an enum probably is in this case, I'm just trying to hurry and get it done. So when it's finished, is it going to be the best example of code best practices? No. And I guess that comes back to when it is finished, if I want to develop it further, then we can do the refactoring or refactoring, as they say on the Irish mainland. All right, so show Unity. Where's the tunnels? Zombie on ground. Okay, there's the first one. Any more? Any more tunnels? Zombie on ground. There we go. Zombie on ground. Zombie on ground. Alright, well there's lots of zombie on grounds. I feel like it might not be working unless... There we are. Finally. Zombie on ceiling. Zombie on ground. Zombie on ceiling. So it is generating it randomly. We do have what we need. Show code. So now in the code, we do have the conditions for when there's a zombie on the ceiling, which I'm going to comment those out, but leave them there so that we almost like a... We don't even need print, do we? Let's have Zombie on ground. Now it's just a comment. This is the condition if, or what to do if the zombie is on the ceiling. So what we're going to do is instantiate ceiling zombie. And then consequently, if we're commenting it, we don't even need the comment we just put in. Instantiate ceiling zombie, instantiate ground zombie. Okay, and then we have to say, okay, if we're in, oh, Turgus in the pool. We have to say if we're instantiating a ground zombie, are we going to have it in different lanes? Or are we just going to have it in the same place every time? That's the next thing to check on. So, do a shout out for Turgus. We're going to do a shout out for Dr. E. Hello. That sounded like when my TTS went bananas. Who else haven't we shouted out today? Tatum was supposed to be back and telling us the contents of his lunchbox, so we'll shout out Tatum as well.
10 to the 27th would be an octillion. Gotcha.
Supersoft, the Drone Master, the Tease.
I'm sorry. So I misunderstood what you were saying, Nautical.
We did a shout out for Jimmy.
So this is millions.
Yeah, I think everybody that's been in chat recently got a shout. Did we do a shout for Clay? Clay did a shout for us earlier, didn't he? Feel like we may not have then. Even if we did, let's do another Clayman dev. WizKid, how you doing?
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Clay drinks cold coffee. See, I have it on good authority that he microwaves it, so he doesn't have cold coffee. Coffee might go cold, but then he microwaves it so he can drink it. Fancy cups like this. We did get a shout out for Captain Krabs earlier, didn't we? Because we had the Mighty Pooh. No! No, Escamino, not laying down on the job. No!
He took too many steroids.
What?
Escamino.
Horrible drone. I think we need to nuke that message.
Wake up! Wake up! Escamino!
Is this drone footage? Is this
Yeah, this is not a time to take a nap. Escamino!
Is this Dukasoft flying his drone over one of the levels in Chat Ragdoll Racing? Is that what footage that is? Possibly. I drink cold coffee. Do you make hot coffee and let it go cold and then drink it, Sparky, or are we talking about iced coffee? Because those two things are, I'm not going to say completely different, but definitely different. I can't let anything go cold like coffee or tea and then drink it. That's it. Yeah, iced coffee. Yeah, it does make me pull a face. You know, it's not spice melange, but you know, you get what you can get, right? You do what you can. Okay, so we're at the instantiation point. I think what we're going to need now is we're going to know where to instantiate it on the roof, on the ceiling. Do we have time for Ragdoll? Don't want to redeem if you're too busy. I mean, it's up to you, Dukesoft. It's there to be used. So, I mean, we can. I just don't know how active chat is at the moment that people are going to be joining it, but it's up to you. It's your pointages. It's your cogs. If you choose to throw your cogs to the wind and you want a game of that, then entirely your decision. But I appreciate you asking. Thank you. That was very considerate.
It's game time.
Oh, it's game time. Here we go. City Pigs. All right, so it automatically fires it up. I get to log in on here. Okay, and I activate. I just got a message from Mrs. Gamey, and you know what they say, happy wife, happy life. So let me just reply to this.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Yes, I do want a coffee, thank you very much. And along what goes well with coffee, maybe, possibly, these, yeah, think so. All right, so we're going to authorize a couple of clicks, and you know you're already playing this. So if you have it set up right, which I do, then it's very easy to get this into your stream. So yeah, there's the link in chat for Ragdoll Racing on Steam, on the Steam store. If you want to just play it yourself, or if you want to get it added into your own stream, you too can have this fun redemption. Okay, so we have about an hour left of the stream, just a heads up there. So an hour tops, if not sooner than that, we'll be raiding out of IRL stuff. So with that said, let's go ahead. Got me a fresh pot of brown right now. Hey, as Balint will tell you, I love a drop of the brown stuff. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and click on this free-for-all. And then I believe City Pigs was what Dukasoft chose. See, Dukasoft knows what it's about. When you go to a stream and you see a redemption and you click on it, hopefully there's some verbiage there that tells you what's expected when you do the redemption. And so, you know, we like a level name and a character type. And so straight in there, Dukasoft is like city level, playing as pigs. It tells me everything I need to know. And then we can just go city, piggies. These piggies, incidentally, were designed by none other than Balint of Science Streams. Okay, just giving you a heads up there, because this was designed for a game jam, I believe. This character. Look at the snout. Look, it even looks like a love heart. Look, that's how much love he poured into creating this model. All right, exclamation mark join in chat will get you 5 people in this race, and then once the race starts. You can put obstacle or obstacle with a number after it, or jump in chat to participate as your characters race to the line. So let's go ahead and throw a join in chat there, and you too can be as cool as Dukasoft and Sparkatus. All right, if you wanna join in this game. Look, even Winsing's participating on a Wednesday as well. That's fantastic. Alrighty. So we have about 27 seconds left. If anybody else wants to join, you can only put join once in chat, but it does get you 5 players, 5 piggies in this instance, to race through the level. And then once it starts, you've got to throw obstacles in the way to try and stop the other players and get across the line. See if you can come first on the leaderboard. So there we go. Even WizKid and Turgus are in. Last minute. Here we go. Alrighty. Start typing in chat. Obstacle. And jump. Here we go. Bunch of obstacles. Here we go. Oh. Who's storming away? Oh look, 2-Bit Gamey's in the lead. Totally not rigged. Not rigged at all. Alright, oh, one of me got abducted. Okay. The camera is automatic. I've not chosen manual camera, so where the camera goes, nobody knows. Okay, and don't forget, if you think you might be getting stuck,
do the jump. Lobster clear. Okay, Turgus making up his own commands there. Here we go. Alright. So, get some more obstacles. Nobody has crossed the finish line yet, but I am currently in first and second place. I'm just putting that out there. Sparky, hot on my heels. Look, look. Oh, dang it. Who blew me up? I was just about to get across the line. Number 4, and then WizKid storms into second place. There we go. Third place is me. Fourth place is Dukasoft, who did the redemption. Fifth is WizKid. Sixth is Wincing. Dukasoft in 7th. Sparky in 8th. Sparky in 8th. And then 9th is Wincing. And 10th is Turgus. So, GG's everybody. Look, we still have a straggler. Look, there's a WizKid. There's a WizKid straggler. Here we go. Look, you can see him on the mini-map. Look. Look. Stuck behind the building. Try jumping. Try jumping, WizKid. There you go. We're back on track. Here we go. Come on. We can get everybody across the line today. Let's go. I have faith. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Just... Oh, no. Abducted. WizKid, abducted thanks to Dukasoft. You know, Dukasoft got 4th and 7th, but clearly doesn't want the last WizKid to get across the line. Maybe that helicopter can work in your favour. There you go, smacked across the line. Maybe. Maybe. No, no, that's not across the line, that's... WizKid got 2nd and 5th, but also... one of the WizKids got smacked off. So let's see how many didn't finish. 3 didn't finish. A Bit Gamey, a Wincing, and a WizKid. Okay. But I'm quite proud of my 27th position. I came in last. Okay. As well as first. How often does that happen? I got first and last. So the top 10 as they stand are me, WizKid, me, Duka, WizKid, Wincing, Duka, Sparky, Wincing, and Turgus. Alright, excellent. Alright, so all I need to do now is press the magic button on my stream deck, and we should get back to where we were. So, GG's! Good job, everybody. Nice race there. 6 and 9. Nice. See what you did there, Wincing. Don't think that went unnoticed. Yay, 25. I got 27th though, so I think. Hello, 911. Wait. No. I mean, how would you even report that? Oh, there was an upside down spinning helicopter that smacked a pig off of the world. Can you imagine? Yeah, we're going to have somebody come right over and give you a wellness check, Turgus. I'm spent. It was a hard fought race, but yeah, you all did grand. So well done. Show unity. All right, so show code. All right, so back in the code, we're going to instantiate a ceiling zombie. And what we could do, let's have a think about this. I mean, really, this is where it's going to become probably too complicated for the last 48 hours of a game jam, but you know what? I'm here for it. Alrighty, so instantiate ceiling zombie or instantiate ground zombie. We're going to need some reference points. So when we instantiate the ceiling zombie, we're going to need to know where to instantiate it. And then once we instantiate it, we can worry about things like orientation. Remember, this script is the script that we're using for all of the pieces of the level. So
We already have private boolean ceiling zombie to determine if it's going to be on the ceiling or not. So then we also need we're going to do this, given that this is supposed to be the same for all of the pieces. How about we have a... Can we have a public reference, or is that going to mess things up? Probably going to need something static, aren't we? Oh, another shout from Clayman. Look. You know Clayman by now. There's the link. Do the thing. He's currently streaming, so you can go watch him now if you want to. These are pretty good cookies. Go drop him a follow and watch him stream. He makes an amazing game called Epic Hero Game, as well as the Chat Ragdoll Racing that we just played. So all right, so what's the best way to do this? We need to instantiate a zombie on the ceiling. But do we need to instantiate it? Or can we put the zombie in place that then we just need to enable it? I think that's probably the way to go. In which case, show Unity. So I have this restricted tunnel, which is the one that we're working on. Let's turn that off for now. And on this restricted tunnel, we need to put a zombie that's going to walk along the ceiling. That will initially be disabled, but we can magically enable if it gets chosen randomly when the piece is chosen. So, giggles, oh my goodness. I'm a little afraid when one of the mods posts a clip, but let's have a look. Maybe that helicopter can work in your favour. There you go, smacked across the line. Maybe. No, that's not across the line, that's... WizKid got second. See, I don't realise until I see clips like that me going, no! Totally got clipped out. But thank you for that clip of me getting clipped. And, you know, some would say WizKid getting clipped by the Jellycopter. And I get now show browser. You weren't actually watching it, were you? So let's do it one more time. Maybe that helicopter can work in your favour. There you go, smacked across the line. Maybe. No, that's not across the line. That's... WizKid got second. I might have to work on filters. So me leaning back like that doesn't actually make me get clipped out. But thank you, Dukasoft, for that clip. Show Unity. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to find a zombie that can go along the ceiling. So it's not going to be a standard walk-in zombie. Let's have a look. Characters, toon zombies, aggressive. Prefabs. This doesn't actually help me, does it? Just naming them like this. So really, it's not going to be so much the zombie character, is it? It's going to be the animation. So, it doesn't really matter which of these. I guess we're not going to have a big heavy guy like this who's just going to be walking along the top of a tunnel. Maybe this guy. I think Zombie 2 is the winner. Okay, so I'm going to put Zombie 2. Drag this down. Okay, and Zombie 2 we're going to put into here. So this will mean that any time that the randomizer chooses a ceiling zombie over a ground zombie, it's always going to be the same character and the same animation. So had we got more time, we could switch it up and instantiate it and use any of the 21 plus zombies that we have. But since we're on a time crunch and for ease of getting the game finished, we definitely need to cut as many corners as we can. Now, looking at this, I'm thinking the scale of 1 is not going to be enough. Two, possibly. Okay, so that's probably about the right size, scale of 2 on that. We don't want root motion. Actually going to move the zombie itself. In fact, he might... I'm not even sure what we're going to do with him yet, because this car is going to be moving at a... This car's going to be moving at a rate of knots, and so I'm not even really going to be able to tell if the zombie is crawling towards you. So I might just have him as a relatively static animation, because the plan is that when we come down this tunnel, we're going to reach the front, this part here, where the pylons, as they call them, start, and then he's going to be up here on the roof, and then I want there to be a trigger that he then drops from the roof and lands on the car, so that because you can just fire in a straight line ahead, you're actually able to take him out, but he will be on your car until you fire. Alright, so animator controller. Don't think we actually have any. We have animations, but no animation controller. So if we go back down here, and do we have an animation? Don't have an animation folder yet. Create folder BG animation. All right, and then inside the animation folder, we are going to create an animator controller, and we'll just call it Zombie AC animator controller. And then when we double click on it, it should open up the animator tab here. And this is where we tell it which animations we want to use and when to play them. Now I think we should be able to get away with just having a animator controller for zombies, for all the zombies. If not, we might have to have like a zombie ceiling AC, zombie ground. But I think we're okay with this. So now we go back to the models and the zombies and animation and aggressive attack. Aggressive bite.
No, we want one that's dragging itself along the floor, and maybe... maybe that's in the second pack. These are all idle, walk... Yeah, so where's the second pack? Toon Zombies Extended. I think this is the one. Animation. Crawl. Here we go. See, so you buy the first pack and you're like, hey, I got all these zombie things, but then it's the second pack, the extended one. It includes the females, it includes additional animations like crawling. Let's have a look what we have. We don't want to swipe like that because there's nothing to swipe out when you're upside down on the top of a tunnel. So we don't need attack. Crawl, bite. I mean, we could have that one as a repeating animation because we're not going to see him for that long if we're flying through the tunnel. Not that one. Not damage. Idle. Move. That might work. I think that might be the one. Move, root motion. No, we're not root motioning. Alright, so we put the crawl move up here. What we probably want though is we have an idle. And then have that as the default layer state. And then if we have something like is crawling as a parameter, and then nope, I did it as a layer. Oops. Delete that. All right, on the base layer, we want a parameter, and the parameter we want is a boolean and is crawling. Okay, so by default the zombie is not crawling. I'm going to change to this is why it might be better if we have a ceiling zombie animator controller, as the default we want really, it's going to be easy to do that. Alright, so change of plan. We go back to BG animation, and this is going to be... can we rename it? Yes, we can. So, ceiling zombie. Alright, and then what we can do is we can take... cancel that. I want to click up here, delete that. Okay, so now we've got the default being the crawling animation, which is what we wanted. Need to do is check that it's actually a looping animation. Blah blah blah. Yep, it's already set to loop. Loop time. Loop pose we can leave unchecked for now. We should just continue doing this move. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to take our zombie guy here, who's now part of the scene, and choose the animator controller that we created in animations. This one here. Drag it up here. Okay, the avatar needs to stay the same so it knows which bones to animate. Okay, and it's already set to the default. And let's have a look. So now we have him and he has his default position. So if we go to the scene and take a look and hit play, he should go into his crawling animation, which he does. Okay, so he has the crawling animation. What we need to do is we not only need to flip him
180 on the Y position. So he's facing player. We also need to flip him 180 on the Z axis so that he looks like he's upside down on the tunnel. He's like this. We need 180 Y, 180 Z, and then he's going to be up here, positioned up in the tunnel. So we imagine him kind of sort of bit like this. Okay. 180 on that axis, 180 on that axis. Okay, and because the default when you're not playing the game is the T-pose, that's how he looks. But now we need to position him correctly on the underside of the tunnel. So what we're saying is that we're going to siphon the player or tunnel the player into the center lane, and then we kind of want Mr. Zombie to maybe start down here. Actually, we're not even going to move him, are we? He's going to be animated, looking like he's crawling, but it's going to be moving so fast you're not even going to realise. I will have him at 0 in the centre of the tunnel. I'm going to bring him back to... Where do we want to drop him on the... We want enough time to see him and realise that we can't avoid him, and then he drops onto the car, so... What we need to do is make sure that he's in the right position. So we'll hit play and then we'll hit pause as soon as he starts to animate. Come on, Unity. Unity. Hello. Any second now. There we go. All right, so here we have the zombie, and he's supposed to be crawling on the ceiling. So we have him about here. And the car will be driving through, and then you'll hopefully see him. We might have to make him even larger. We might need to add a light so that he shows up better. For now, I'm just going to have him there. If we copy his position, copy position, and then stop. All right, and then we can paste position. All right, so I guess him where he needs to be. I'm just not sure if he's going to be lit well enough in the tunnel, which he might not be. We might have to have a light added, and whether he needs to be bigger as far as the scale of him. So, oh, why have we got a weather alert? Let's have a look. Blah blah blah. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of your county. Wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Strong thunderstorm. Excellent. Okay. Alrighty, so we're going to hit play. Well, actually, we need to apply the changes to the prefab first. So we'll go up here, we'll go overrides.
Thank you so much,
Apply
Clayton for the raid.
What?
A bit gamey.
Yes, Camilla is stuck. Sir.
This is what this is the clip we saw a few minutes ago.
He took too many steroids, is it?
Escamilla! Escamilla! Somebody wake up Escamilla!
Bro, you're
Sleeping on the job.
Hey, Bitchgamy.
Hey, Pirate Clayman. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. You were about 5 minutes too late. We just played Chat Ragdoll Racing. We had Dukasoft do the redemption. We had a bunch of people play the city level with the pigs, and this is the game we were just playing, Chat Ragdoll Racing, which if you came in with the raid and with Clayman, you're probably well aware of the Chat Ragdoll Racing game. We can do the Clay command there. What's the cronk? There we go. There's all the things. So what happened on your stream today, Clayman? I'm guessing you weren't working on Chat Ragdoll Racing. You're probably working on Epic Hero Game. I was there very briefly before I streamed today. So I did see a tiny bit, but only a fraction of your awesomeness. So if you could tell the party people that were already here what you're up to, it would be appreciated. Very productive. Added like +5 upgrades today. What? And I will say that UI that you created for it, chef's kiss. That's a sweet looking UI, I have to say. So GG's on that. I don't know if that was all you, if the other half of Scuffed Game Dev was involved in that, but yeah, good job. For those raiders coming in that are not familiar with this channel, my name is BitGamey. I usually work in the Unity game engine, as you can see here. My main project is Rescue Ball, which has been put on the back burner for a couple of weeks because we're game jamming for the Holistic 3D Game Jam. And the theme is Unexpected Mashup. And so we've mashed up a zombie shooter with a racing game. The working title, probably the final title, is Zoombie Takedown. And we're just working on getting a zombie crawling along the top of the tunnel. And then what's going to happen is when the car reaches a certain point in the tunnel, the zombie's going to drop down and land on the car. And then, yeah, you're going to be able to shoot it because the car can just shoot straight ahead. So, you know, if the zombie's on the tunnel ceiling above you, you're not going to be able to hit it. So, well, that's the plan, Clayman. As you, as a game dev, will be well aware, things sometimes sound fun, and then you implement it, and you're like, it actually seemed a lot better in my head. So we'll have to see how it goes. But at the moment, we have a 3-lane highway, which we're funneling the player into the middle lane just so that we can have him be in the right spot when we drop a zombie on his car. Yeah, so that's what we're working on at the moment. I have to do this because it is in fact Twitch law. So if I can just do this real quick. How you doing, Kilted? Welcome on in. Mario Cat, how are you doing today? Good to see you. And I feel like, yep, there was a Roiku that snuck in there as well. Darth Clader raided. Well, speaking of Darth Clader, I actually have a Darth Vader Lego set that I'll be assembling when I do my celebration stream week for 1,000 followers. So there's lots of things I'm still trying to get into the flyer so that I can let everybody know when it is, what it is, and how much fun we'll be having. A lot of shenanigans going on, so I'll let you know when that is. And that is probably going to be the start of my schedule change. Little Carlito, welcome on in. So for now, I do Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays at 9:30 AM Central Time, and Saturdays at 7:30 AM Central Time. I'm probably going to change from Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So every weekday at 9:30 AM Central Time. Weekends. Oh, I've got something for Clay. Is that the meowing cats with the Rickroll in there? Because Clayman loves the Rickrolls. Okay, so yeah, we'll get as much Rickrolling in as we can, just for Clayman. So yeah, that's the game I'm currently working on. We just positioned the zombie. We haven't set up any triggers yet for him to fall down. What I'm going to do is hit play now and actually see whether the zombie can be seen, because the car moves at a fair rate of knots, it's fair to say. And so he may or may not be visible. We might need to make him bigger, we might need to illuminate him, but we need to actually get the kind of jump scare, if you will. So when we go in the tunnel, it's like, wah! That's kind of the thing I'm going for, but we'll see. Anyway. Oh, I think I'm on, not on maximized. Okay, let me just change that real quick so we can see it. See it a bit larger. Not bit gamey, bit larger. Alright, so play focus to play maximized and go! Brum, 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 there's the tunnel, and there he is. Oh yeah, we do see him, but I think maybe... See, look, there he is. I think we might need him a little bit illuminated. I think we've got him the right size now, but look, you only just kind of spot him at the last minute. Yeah, he's a bit dark at the end of the tunnel, which is good, but bad. So I think we probably need to add a light or something. Yeah, so that we can see him. Okay. Thank you, Sharky. Appreciate that. Did a lot of work off stream with the lighting and post-processing and trying to get it looking a bit something like, even though at that point we hadn't actually got any zombies in the zombie game. So this is the first one that I'm adding. And show browser. We actually only have 2 days left. So 2 days, 1 hour. Obviously, you know, with any game jam, there's no obligation to submit. Probably a little bit more obligated, given that I said I would participate, and I'm hosting it. So yeah, there is that. Unexpected mashup is the theme. It ran for 2 weeks, or is running for 2 weeks, and finishes in 2 days and 1 hour. So 1.5 hours. So yeah, the clock is quite literally ticking, and that's where we're at. Show Unity. Alright, so let's go back to... Let's hide the initial track. Let's enable the bridge prefab. And yeah, I'm not sure which is more scary, when he's crawling towards you or when he's just literally standing in a T-pose. Hello. Yeah. So we do need a light. I'm going to put a light on him. And then, yeah, it's challenging because I'm going to add a light to him, but I can't really position it until the game's running and he's in his animated position. So there is that. And it needs to be a child object of him because it needs to follow him when he's moving. So this is his object, and we need to add a light. What kind of light? Not directional light, because that's for the whole scene. Point light or spotlight? Hanging and trying to grab you. Yeah, that's the kind of feature creep, no pun intended, that we can add in after it gets submitted. I mean, there's lots of things I have in my head, like maybe having some construction workers behind these pylons that are laying down, and then the zombies kind of like chowing down, that kind of thing. That you can't actually do anything about, apart from them being set dressing because they're behind the pylons and you have to stay in the middle lane. But yeah, I'm getting lots of ideas for it. I just only have 2 days left. So yeah. All right, before I decide what light I'm going to add to this guy, I'm just going to run to the restroom. I will be right back. I have no experience about game dev or jams. How do ensure that games are not started beforehand? It's kind of a faith-based system, really, an honor system. You have to hope that people haven't. Sometimes if, you know, they're submitting the next Fortnite game and you're like, yeah, I don't think you completed this in 2 weeks, did you? Yeah, also... you can find out if they got submitted to other game jams. You can see from the itch page which jams they've been involved in. So there
there are ways of telling these things. But yeah, I mean, this is mostly for fun. This jam, participants do get a free game dev course, but you know, if you want to try and rig the system just so you can get a free game dev course, then good luck to you. It's not really worth too much of my time running around trying to see if you started the game beforehand. But also, we've got 2 days left and nobody has submitted anything yet, so I'm hoping that everybody's just like rushing around trying to get things finalized, like me, and then yeah, we're gonna have a fun voting period afterwards. But I will be RB. Okay, so let's get a light added to this fella so we can light him up in the tunnel a little bit. Not too much. We don't want it to look like he's carrying a flashlight, but you know, at the same time we want to be able to see him a little bit better. So I think let's have a look. Light, spotlight, point light. Let's try a point light to start with. Zombie point light, let's call him that. Okay, so let's go down to the zombies here. And then we have the point light, which is here. Okay, so we see if we have it like that, it might actually be pretty good. Let's do overrides by all, so we update the prefab. Let's hide the prefab. Let's enable the start track and let's hit play and let's see if we can see him better. Ah, he does light up better now, seeing him with the light. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Looks a bit like a spider. All right, which is perfect. So he's animating. He is crawling on the ceiling, even though we're not actually moving him because, you know, he moves with the scenery. What we need to do now is we need to make him drop. Okay, so we will get the tunnel back up, and then we will have a block. Does he use... He hasn't got a rigid body, has he? So, I mean, arguably zombies don't have rigid bodies because they're decaying, but as far as in a game dev sense goes, I don't think he has a rigid body on him, so he's not going to react to physics. Yeah, he just has an animator, doesn't have a collider, doesn't have a collider and doesn't have a rigid body. So 2 ways of doing this. We can either add a rigid body and a collider and then use physics to drop him down. Alternatively, we can do something like using do-tween, where we can literally grab him and move him to the point that we need him to be at on the car. I mean, either way should work. And then the way that we get him to drop, if he has a rigid body, is we just have gravity disabled. And then when you go down the tunnel, then it enables the gravity checkbox and then he falls. Let's try that to start with. All right, so we're going to add a rigid body to him. We are going to say we don't want to use gravity initially, so he doesn't drop. I'm thinking the best way to set this up now, this trigger. Because we're going to need to determine one from the other, or they're going to need to determine when the zombie touches the car, or we're going to need to have a separate box that triggers when the car passes it, which then drops the zombie. Or what's better, yes, better still, we'll add the collider to the zombie. We'll make it a huge collider so that when the car triggers it, then the zombie will know it's been triggered, and we can, yeah, got it. Okay. All right, so that is the rigid body, and now we need a collider. And what we're probably going to use, he's coming down there, I mean, do that, and do that, do that. I'm going to go with a box collider, which you're like, well, wait, why are you going for a box collider when it's a character? Humanoid character, it's usually capsule collider, right? Usually, yes, but we're not using it to detect normal collisions with the character itself. We want to use it as a trigger so that we can have the character drop down. Actually, thinking about it, we might need both. Let's just try the box collider first, see if we can at least trigger character to fall. Would the collider be better on the player, on the car? We already have one though, don't we? But wait, how do we not have a collider? Oh, we do, mesh collider, I was going to say. Alright, so let's not mess with the car at this point then. Let's just keep it zombified. We'll keep it on the zombie. So the zombie has this box around it, which is the collider. And what we're going to do is we're going to humongify it, which is a word I just made up, but feel free to use it. So the size we want on the Y, need to extend it like this. So We say 5 maybe? Bless you. We say 5 and then move the center down like this, so it goes to say there. And then we want it as a trigger because we don't want it to actually cause any physics issues. We just want to detect when anything collides with it. And then we're going to need a script also on the zombie. We'll call it zombie controller just because, why not? New script, zombie controller, create and add. Because in this script is when we're going to decide. Why is it not adding it? Weird. All right, let's try again. New script, zombie controller, create and add. There it is. Good job, Unity. Do 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 do. Unity's on a go slow. All right, I'm just going to check if we can detect this, and then we can probably raid out at that point. So, show code. That, get rid of that, get rid of that. Then all we need really at this point is an on. Where's the? All right, let's. Void on trigger, enter. There we go. That's the one that we're concerned with. And then if it is triggered, put a test message in there, sent to the console. All right, save the script. We say kaboom with, and then we want to say whatever we collide with, we want the name of it. Oh, okay, the name of it. So let's give that a try. All right, so if we go back now and we apply the changes to the prefab, and then we'll go ahead and we will hide the prefab. And then we will enable, oh, scenery prefab one's already enabled. Okay, so let's see if we get anything in the console this time. Hopefully, when the car goes through the collider of the zombie, get something that says kaboom in the console. If we get a tunnel, there we go. There we go. Kaboom with tunnel entrance 1, platform trigger, spawn point, platform trigger. So all these things, but this is the one we're interested in. Kaboom with player. So basically, that's the only one that we want to detect. Oh, show Unity. Because it helps if you can see, right? So these are all the things that it detected a collision with. But the only one we're interested in is when you collide with the player. So player name is player, and the player tag, player should also be tagged. Oh, it's not tagged. All right, we can change that. So change it so it's tagged as player, but also we can just read the name. So more tag. Should we read the tag? Show code. So if other dot game object dot compare tag is player. What we want to do at this point is say drop zombie onto car. Alright, show Unity. Alright, back in Unity, we're going to change it from play maximized to play focused so we can watch the console. We're going to hit play, and then as soon as we go through the tunnel, and as soon as we hit that zombie trigger box, there, drop zombie onto car. So, good. Alright, well I'm going to work on it some more off stream. When I come back on Friday, I'm going to hope that I'm pretty close to finishing it, because that's going to be just hours left then. So we can work on the itch page, work on whatever else is left, and see if we can get it finished up to some kind of playable game, because we don't even have it at the moment. We have one zombie in the game that we're still working on, and we don't even have it where we can shoot the zombie yet. So yeah, work to do. I'm going to be beavering away on it off stream, and in the meantime, let me see if one of our friendos are on that we can raid into today. I need to raid and run, so I'm going to make that comment when we get to the stream. But let's see who we can raid out to. We haven't raided in a while, if ever. Go back and have a look. Raid targets. Let's see who we've raided recently. I just want to make sure we don't raid the same people every time, because it's nice to spread the love. I don't think we've ever raided into Errand, so yeah, that's where we're going today. Errand is another game dev. Let's head on over.
It too, though. You think you've seen it? It's great.
There we go. There's a quick sneak preview of how Errand sounds. We'll go over to the stream ending scene, and then I can go kick off the raid command to Errand. This channel is intended for mature audiences. There is Errand. That's who we're about to raid. Thanks everybody for being engaging today. Thank you to the lurkers for being here. Thank you to people that subbed, resubbed, threw bits in my face, did some blurpy stuff. And I'll be back, as it says there, on Friday at 9:30 AM Central Time. And in the meantime, I'm probably not going to get any sleep, because I've got to spend time working on this game and trying to get things finished. We don't have a title screen. We don't have a game win condition, a lose condition, any of that stuff. And I'm hoping to have a lot of that in place by the time I see you again on Friday. So thanks, Kilted. Thanks, Wincing. We're going to spread some love now. You got your raid messages there. First one for subscribers, second one for non-subscribers. And let's go and show some love to Errand. Thank you, Harry Cat. Always good to see you. So we're going to head on over there now, and I'll be back, like I say, on Friday at 9:30 AM Central Time. So, Errand, here we come. Buckle up. Thanks, everybody. Bye.